If you guys could, I was going to say find a seat, but no, there's no more seats, right? I'm going to start the meeting. All right. Thank you, guys. Welcome to the Ojai City Council and Ojai Redevelopment Agency, Successor Agency, regular meeting, 7 p.m., May 26, 2015. Can I have roll call?
Councilmember Clapp.
Present.
Councilmember Wyrick.
Here.
Councilmember Haney.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Blatz.
Here.
Mayor Laura.
Here. Could I have Councilmember Wyrick lead us on the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Today we're going to start off with some presentations, but we're first going to start off with the Lifetime Achievement Award, and I'm going to have I think Mr. McCleary do a presentation, or well, or present it to Jimmy Clare.
Mr. McCleary.
It's Caleri.
Caleri.
That's right. I've been made an Irishman.
If you don't mind stepping to the podium and saying a couple of words.
Hi, Lenny.
Judge Judy, are you there? Oh, sorry. I'm deeply honored to receive this. And I'll just tell you a little quick anecdote. When I moved here in '76, all of my LA musician friends would say, "What are you doing? You came to California and you missed LA by 100 miles." So years passed, and a few years ago we did the reopening of the bowl, and we put together the one-time only choir. We had 50 people on the stage. We had a 9-piece band, and I spoke to one of these guys that had made fun of me, and he looked at it. There was a video, and he said, "Wow, how does one do that?" I said, those are the people in my community. They're people that I know. These are people that I've worked with for the last 30 years. That's how they show up. You ask them, and they show up. And I just want to thank the council, and thank the Arts Council, and really to thank all of the people that I've worked with over the years. Many who are here. Thank you so much for making this a great place to do my work.
And I appreciate you. And obviously, you ask people to show up, so they do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
I do want to. Does anybody from the public want to say a couple of words? Or if not, then I'm going to.
Michael, you going to talk?
Mr. Addison?
Well, the Arts Commission each year has the challenge of choosing someone as a recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award. And in this community, it's really a challenge because there are so many extraordinary artists. Recently, we've honored Kim Maxwell, we've honored Donna Granada, and this year, Jimmy Caleri. And all of us who are aware of the music scene in Ojai, in its many ramifications, from the Deer Lodge to the Vine to the Ojai Music Festival, and how much broader a spectrum can you get than that? At the center of it, really, are people like Jimmy Caleri, who bring their talent, their imagination, and especially their ability to bring together other artists to create something where the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. And for that, we celebrate Jimmy Caleri.
Thank you. Our second presentation is recognizing June 2015 as the Lavender Festival Month, and I am going to read the proclamation. Whereas the Ojai Mediterranean climate makes it an ideal place to grow lavender, and whereas lavender has many uses, including medicinal, culinary, and artistic. And whereas the Ojai Lavender Festival is in its 12th year of bringing thousands of people to the Ojai Valley to learn about the wonders of lavender. And whereas the Lavender Festival provides fun activities for the whole family, live music, and speakers to provide both knowledge and entertainment for visitors. And whereas the Lavender Festival is held by each year in June in Libby Park, and for 2015 will be held on June 27, 2015. Therefore, it be resolved that I, Severo Lara, Mayor of the City of Ojai, and on behalf of the City Council, hereby proclaim the month of June 2015 Lavender Month. And is there anybody here to receive the proclamation?
Festival?
Anybody from the festival?
Anyone wearing lavender?
Thank you. So we'll make sure to give the proclamation. Our third presentation is a presentation by Fire Chief Norm Plott. He'll be presenting on the drought conditions that we are at.
I'm glad to see somebody thought I was famous. They already have cookies up here for me. So, and also because of the crowd here, once you have the fire marshal here, you can't exceed your capacity with a fire watch. So, I too would also just like to take a moment and congratulate Jimmy Cleary for his lifelong dedication to music and what he's meant to the community. Everybody here has at one time heard his music and or heard the folks that he's put together, and it's truly inspirational for all of us here living in the valley, and he does an excellent job at what he does, bringing people together through the love of music. So I'd too like to say thanks, Jimmy Cleary. Well, once again, Norm Plott, I'm the Division Chief for Ventura County Fire Department and also a lifetime resident of the Ojai Valley. I have with me Battalion Commander Darren Anderson, and he represents Battalion 2 on the A shift. And so also because of crowd control, I thought it'd be a good idea to bring in some reinforcements. What I'd like to do is run through a little bit of the drought, and then also what we're doing about it from the fire community's perspective. And also I have Will from the Fire Safe Council that if I may be so kind a little later to have him speak a few words on the council's behalf. I wish I had some good news for the council, but really the words that I have today are not encouraging. I'll go out on a limb for the next 5 days. We're supposed to have below normal temperatures and cooler temperatures for the next 5 days. That's about as far as I'm going to go out. Let's see here. Let's see. A little bit of history. In 1908, the Libby family bought the first fire truck for the city of Ojai, and it was employed by, at that time, the Nordoff Volunteers. Nordoff Volunteers served between approximately 1908 to 1929. 1929, the fire department, under the fire chief at the time, made a deal with the city of Ojai that they had bought a new fire truck and had a $4,000 loan on it, and his pitch to the city was that if he would, the city would incorporate into the fire district, they'd pay off the loan on the fire truck. So thus the city of Ojai became part of the fire district in 1929. This is the old fire station on Montgomery. It was established in 1936. And presently, I believe it's home to the Ojai winery, and under that old footprint. But that served the city for a lot of years. We had a fire captain dedicated to the fire station, and was mainly volunteers that were staffing the time. In 1979, the present station on Ojai Avenue was built. It's a 4-bay fire station, home to a triple combination pumper. The pumper on the left-hand side is a wildland brush engine, and then we have a reserve engine and a rescue squad. It's staffed by 3 personnel, a captain, an engineer, and firefighter. Also, the city of Ojai in the northwestern corner is also serviced by the Miners Oaks Fire Station, Station 22. So here's the update for 2015. Pretty much everywhere we've gone up and down the state preparing for this fire season, the news has not been very good. You know, we have a tendency to, you know, every time fire season comes around, you hear it's the worst ever. We can just say that the conditions do warrant the fact that with the 4th year of a drought and the way the fuels are with a bunker crop of grass this year, it is all the dominoes are lining up for the potential of a very serious fire season. This is the California Drought Monitor in May. This is, we're all, including Ventura County and up and down the state, the Southern Sierras is all in a D4 drought. Everybody's aware and heard the news about the amount of snowpack this year. It was, I think, 7% of normal. And that extends all the way up into Washington, where they've had less snowfall up and down the Pacific. But for us, the 4 years of drought are really starting to have a toll on a lot of the vegetation. So we're going to have a continued, this is the 4th year of the drought we were talking about. Warm ocean temperatures has, when we listen to NOAA and some of the presentations we've had this year, basically will reduce the amount of fog. Normally we have the coastal fog, and with the warmer temperatures it will reduce the amount of fog, thus having the more sunny days for the people that like the sun. But it'll also mean less coastal fog in the inland valleys. This is a concern, is that due to the conservation measures, because of the drought, houses will increase vulnerability due to the fact that the low fuel moistures in landscape vegetation. And we saw this during the Painted Cave fire, on a wind-driven fire, where the fire actually came out of the forest all the way down, crossed the 101, and basically almost tried to burn all the way to the ocean. And so the danger is that last year in the Glendora fire, we saw a wind-driven fire spot embers 10 blocks into the city of Glendora, which is kind of unusual, the fact that you normally would expect wildfire within the 500 feet range of the wildland, but due to the ember shower, it was spotting 10 blocks into the rural area, which is normally not common for a wildfire to do that. Also, low fuel moisture will increase the potential for fire behavior. And we talked about the large grass crop. And the one thing that concerns me most in the 37 years that I've been in the fire service is the stress on the coastal oak trees. If you look around, you can see it in the leaves. The trees are trying to do the best they can to survive. So the exterior of the trees is starting to lose their color. They went from a bright green to brown. And then also, if you look around, and it's not just in Ojai, but a lot of the areas, even on the north slopes, which tend to be more moist, we're seeing increased mortality in the coastal oaks. And that's something that in my lifetime I haven't seen the die-off the way it is now, and that's due to the stress. It allows for beetle infestation into the trees, which brings fungus and can cause the death to the trees. So that is also starting to present itself in a larger way. Our friends with CAL FIRE up in the San Luis district had a 75% mortality in the Cambria pines this year, which is almost overnight. So the stress to the trees is a real thing, and that will also promote increased fire behavior. A lot of times from a fire management standpoint, we try and run a fire into an oak woodland because it's usually less intensive and gives us a chance for control. But that's not going to be an option this year. Also, with the fuels the way they are, they'll have a very high resistance to control. So it'll take more aircraft and more fire resources to contain the fires once they get started. So a little bit of your Fire 101. There's three main things that affect fire behavior: is fuel, weather, and topography. First thing, the fuel. This is a picture of the Bowles fire last year in Weed. You can see that's a DC-10 dropping to try and save some of the city. 157 structures plus commercial buildings were lost. Doing a wind-driven fire on a fire that wasn't very large in scope as far as acres. I think the fire was less than 500 acres, but the damage to the city of Weed was very pronounced and intense, losing some city infrastructure, church and commercial buildings. So how do we check the fuel? So we take several sample areas. One of the areas we check is take fuel samples is Laguna Ridge. The other's up on Caesar Canyon. We have a fuel model. Basically, what it is here is that it won't work on. Okay. You basically have the current average. Critical is the 60%, the 10-year average, which is that top green line, and then the individual sites. And the individual sites for Ojai is the orange line over to the right there, the second from the right. And you can see in the next slide is that this is the slide from May. The 10-year average is the green line over to the right, and you can see the fuels are already dipping down pretty close to critical, and this was taken on May 1st. And Ojai is actually the bottom line there. So if you move that graph out, we basically have fuel conditions in the area of August. So we're well ahead of where we normally be. So here we are in May, and fuels are at the point they normally are in August. So we're well ahead of the drying. Weather's the other driving factor is awareness of the weather. This is and just to kind of give you an idea of the weather, so this is the early morning of the Hesesita fire. Also a fire, I believe, in May. And the fire was pretty much in check. Crews were working on containment. But at 3 o'clock, there was a northeast wind that was supposed to come in on the fire. And at 3 o'clock, that same footprint, that's what happened to the fire. The winds increased to 50 miles an hour and blew the fire right down onto the homes in Santa Barbara. So I used this picture. I was on my way home on a Friday. It was 6 o'clock in the late afternoon, just to make a point. There was no wind, mild temperatures, and a person had gone out into the grass to meditate with a candle, and that's something I wouldn't recommend this year. But anyway, so what happened is that this is the area just on the this is a Creek Road right before you get to the hairpin turn coming in the city of Ojai. It's actually in the SRA, which is directly on the south side of the road. But a couple things I'd like to point out is that if you look over here, some of the things we look at is that you have basically an area, this grass, to defend the person meditating, is that it looks pretty tranquil. The grass is green. It looks like it's an area that's fairly moist. It's a woodland area underneath oak trees. And typically in the late afternoon, it would be an area that you'd see this kind of fire behavior. So if you want a signature of what the fuels are like, if you look to the left, you see the fire is going from a ground fire on the ground all the way up into the tree canopy, both there and then also to the right, you can see some little embers already starting. So this was just from a small fire. I was there fairly quickly because I was at Country Club when the call went out. And this was no wind in an area that's woodland shaded, not on a slope, and you're having that kind of fire behavior. Even in the area that there's green grass, you can see there's productive flame on that. So that just kind of gives you a signature. If you wanted to know locally what's going on, that's what's going on with your fuels. So the good news is that the fire department, one of the things that we try and do is we try to prevent loss of structures by weed abatement, and we've had a hazard reduction program for a lot of years. Last year and this year we sent out about 15,500 notices. The clearance is coming up. June 1st is the deadline to have all your weeds cleared within the city and unincorporated areas. I put up a thing is that if it does turn hot and windy, it's not a good time to run the tractor at 2 o'clock in the afternoon with the wind. They had a recent fire down on an east wind day down in Los Angeles from that. And so that's just kind of common sense. And the other thing is that in 2014, the city of Ojai had 100% compliance within the weed abatement program. So very good. The residents take clearance very serious in the city. So this is just a look at a lot before hazard reduction and a look afterwards. This is an area that was impacted by the Springs fire in 2013. You can see the fire burnt all the way around the homes. It gave firefighters defensible space from which to fight the fire, and the end result is everybody, after the smoke cleared, was able to return to their homes and normal life as they know it. So that's the good news. We want people. I also included a Ready, Set, Go package and also commitment to defense. I have some brochures that I've left in the lobby and also gave to council members. Is that I'm not going to go through all of them, but one of the things is removing litter from roofs, because the reason is that they can collect embers. And this is what an ember shower looks like under wind-driven fire. That's a resident here in the county where the embers are blowing. And I might say, in my years of experience, one of the worst ember showers I ever saw was in the upper Ojai during the ranch fire, where a house was completely in a kind of a tornado, completely enveloped with embers like this, and because of the defensible space, the house did not catch on fire. So what are we doing about it? Fairview, Foothill fuel break, and also called the Last Chance fuel break. This is an area that we worked on this year. You can see it's basically up Foothill and to the left, and it gives us a chance to go in there. We work with the Ojai Fire Safe Council. Will's here, and he'll speak briefly. But this is an area that we've gone in. We've used our hand crews to cut the brush and chip it, and that's what it looks like afterwards. It gives an eyebrow of defense between the forest and the residents within Ojai. This is also a couple other fuel breaks. The Shelf Road is an area that's one of the fuel breaks on the bottom, and then the Last Chance is another fuel break that is over the hill there. That is a place that we could potentially light a backfire if the fire was coming in from the forest, and move fire back up in the hills and keep it away from the residents. We have our partnerships with Ventura County Sheriff's Department. We're very involved with pre-fire planning with the sheriff in evacuations, coordinating with OES. They're great partners. We also, CAL FIRE is another one of our partners, the United States Forest Service here in the Valley, which has an engine here in the city of Ojai and went out at Casitas. We partner with the Ojai Fire Safe Council and all the fire departments within the county that can come to bear resources even into the city of Ojai if we needed to during a wildfire. Also, we have a very active online. Anybody can Google or Ventura County Fire Department. You come to our website. We have Fireline. If you look down on the very bottom, you'll see if you hear sirens and you want to know what's going on, you can go to Fireline and see where the fire engines are responding to. It'll tell you the number of resources and also the general area. We don't give, obviously, an address for reasons for privacy, but at least you have an idea of the type of call. It'll just say medical or fire, and then how many units are responding. We support the Ready, Set, Go program. Right now we're in the ready. So we want to make sure and to tell the people, not only in Ojai, but in all of Ojai Valley, is now's the time to be ready. Set is when you prepare your belongings to leave your house, and go, obviously, is to go. And a couple of things is that, especially if you're in the outlying areas, one of the things that to remember is that you might be able to defend your home, but during a wind-driven fire or wind-driven events, especially like out in areas that have hurricanes, they get out of the way days before. But if we have a wind-driven event, not only do you have the wind, but you also have fire running with it, and it's an area that you don't want to be in. You want to save your life and pack up your pets and animals. So we do have a plan called the Ready, Set, Go. We're in the ready part right now, and the set and the go is explained in the brochure. We also connect on social media. We have a Facebook page. If you want to like us, anytime we send out an update on Facebook, you'll get a notification. For those of you that are, it wasn't for my kids, I wouldn't be on Facebook, but you want to get information on what's going on, you gotta, well, for the parents in the room, you know what I'm talking about. I'm not a Twitter guy, but we do have Twitter that will tweet. As I'm showing my age, it will tweet information as it comes out, and we actually one of the things that we will do is that sometimes we'll use if somebody's closest to a fire, if somebody takes a picture and it's posted online, sometimes we'll grab that picture and we'll add information, current current information to the fire and what it's doing. We also use a program called Intera, and Intera is a program where we try to quickly map a fire and also let you know where that fire is burning, so you got a signature, and we'll try and update the size as the fire goes along for the public so they can keep informed on where the fire is and where it's going. We try and use social media for storytelling and also emergency management, giving you information on safety points and provide additional information to the public. Shifting gears a little bit, I was asked to also prepare a response, and I'll go through this quickly because I know you have a full agenda. This is the 2014 report. In 2014, we had 871 incidents within the city. It was down about 3.5%. In the fourth quarter, we had 211 incidents. Primary type responses are medical, about 68% last year. Here's a graph showing the different quarters and the calls in volume. In here is the fourth quarter pie graph of where the types of calls that the fire district responded, and I sent a late notice with a couple other slides that talked about 2014. This is a breakdown of the type of medical calls. Our highest call for service is for falls at 207 and on down, but traffic collisions are also at 138, where we get a lot of people injured in the city as well, working with our partners with the Sheriff's Department. And then also you can see the different list and the types of calls, medical calls that we respond to. This is a map. This is a pin map of the different responses within the city of Ojai. It shows you where the actual calls go down. These are all the calls for service within 2014. And so it gives you an idea from a geographic standpoint within the city where emergency calls happen and the responses the fire district responded to. I just want to, on behalf of Fire Chief Mark Lorenzen and the fire district, I want to thank you for listening, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you had.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions for Chief Norm?
Chief Plott, exceptional circumstances, we ought to make sure, as you say, we're completely ready. There was an issue that Ojai Flow raised a good while back about the fire hydrant situation. Do you think we're up to speed in terms of our fire hydrant inspection program to make sure when you need the water it's there?
Yeah, we put boots on the ground again this year in similar fashion to what we did last year. I have noticed it looks like the valves are being exercised, which was a recommendation that we had. Another thing, so the answer is yes. I believe that we're better. We did find some issues that were quickly identified and taken care of. The one thing that we are doing, we did get some additional monies from the state, from CAL FIRE, and those resources will be spent on increasing staffing during high fire days. And one of the things I'm committed to is providing a water tender with staffing into the Ojai Valley on those hot, dry days to add additional resources into the valley during critical times.
Great. Councilmember Haney.
Chief Potts, I've noticed a couple areas. I guess the one that comes to mind is on North Signal, where a homeowner is actually taking a fence line and stacked brush against it. I guess one to prevent people from looking into his lot or their lot. How does someone go about correcting a deficiency like that? How do we notify someone that that's not the proper way to store fuel?
Yeah, the best thing is contact the local engine company, and they can go out and do an inspection and talk to the homeowner and see if we can get that removed. If it, okay, it's not an area that you want to be stacking a lot of brush, because it will, in an ember shower, potentially ignite. Yes.
Okay.
Great. Anybody else? No. With that, I want to thank you, and I appreciate you coming and doing the presentation. Very important information.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next segment is public communications. Is a time set aside during the meeting for members of the public to address the City Council's successor agency board on items of city business other than scheduled agenda items. Matters raised at this time may be briefly discussed by council board and will generally be referred to staff and or take place on the subsequent agenda. Under California state law, other than emergency items, no action can be taken. Persons wishing to address the council board are requested to fill out a speaker's card prior to the council board reaching this point on the agenda. Comments must be limited to 3 minutes or less. And we do have a a full agenda, so I'm going to ask for you guys to really keep your comments short. Our first speaker, Leo Tumamaya.
Wow, first, I feel great. I just want to say that last meeting was awesome. Seeing some emotion from you guys, turning on each other, keeping each other in line. That's good. That's very good, because it gets boring and tiring on our end. God, you know, Oscar Grant would probably still be alive if only the community college dropout cops turned on each other and fought with each other before making horrible decisions. Anyway, that being said, there's still the same issues. I'm down here just supporting the Chumash people. My aunt is Julie and my uncle is Pat, and it's counting down. I thought it was counting up. It's like I've done 3 minutes already. What was I going to say? Oh, I mean, the conversation is kind of still the same. I know that you probably know that, Severo. You know, we have sites that are recorded. People are still continuing to just tear things apart. There's a place down here at the end of Fox Street where there's 3 known sites, and this isn't new business. I mean, they've been there for thousands of years, you know, and there's construction going on back there, and people are already taking action on it, as opposed to not having the right type of advice about it. There's no archaeologist. They didn't have an archaeologist. They didn't have a native monitor. They didn't contact anybody, but they've already started talking about how they didn't observe anything. The contractors didn't observe anything, and I might be a little bit off base too. I don't know too much about it other than business as usual for the city of Ojai when it comes to this department. We still haven't had our chance to speak. We're still not agendized yet. We're well overdue for that topic, and we just keep being pushed back and pushed back and pushed back. It's exhausting. You talk about closure. That's something that we need to have closure on, because even the fire station of 1937, that's historic. That's 100 years, not even 100 years old. We're destroying things that are thousands of years old. I'm getting tired of hearing about stupid fire. I'm sorry, no offense, but in the grand scheme of things, that's a blink of an eye as opposed to what was here long before. I don't really have a lot of personal connection to the stuff that was here long before, but I do have connection to like real law, you know, and some of this stuff getting torn apart. It'd just be like me getting a exemption to start tearing into the arcade. That would make more sense to me than tearing apart something thousands of years old, because that's only been here for a few years in context. But anyway, so I might be a little bit off base as opposed to how far along any of the construction is, but I do know that things are happening. So I just want to wrap that up. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. If you could please refrain from clapping, I just want to make sure we have a consistent approach to every speaker that comes up. It's about just making it fair and consistent. Mr. Tim Dewar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I apologize for not being able to make the earlier meeting. I'd like to start off by saying I'm not in favor of turning Ojai into a chartered city. I'm not in favor of reducing the number of planning commissioners. However, I do have an agenda, and I've been very open and honest with all of you and the public. So here you are again, spending endless hours debating the issue of the day instead of devoting that time to the actual governance of our community. Whether the Planning Commission needs or wants a pre-meeting is yet another example of the micromanaging which the council has had to resort to because of the ineffectual leadership the community is getting from the city manager. This can be likened to treating a symptom while ignoring the disease. The Planning Commission is not at fault for holding the pre-meetings. They are to be commended for devoting the extra time required to adjudicate matters that come before them. To my way of thinking, however, the question that must be asked is, why do they collectively need 3 hours to sort through their packets and ask questions of staff? 3 hours wasn't enough when it came to the Melendez concept review. They were apparently minutes away from having the applicant waste significant time and money in their project at 311 South Montgomery until the new city attorney looked up the municipal code on his phone and realized the proposal was fine. 3 hours wasn't enough to realize a significant error had been made in the Wild Tennis Academy application, leaving out that part of the project that abutted a residential neighborhood. The pre-meetings didn't help with the Neff Lounge, nor Signal Street Wall, Bryant Street Beverage Redemption Center, cultural resource issues that have abounded, or the multitude of other issues that have plagued the city in recent years. So if 3 hours isn't enough, what is? Everyone who's been paying attention recently knows where this is going, right? A proactive city manager able to implement effective policies and procedures that allow staff to work smarter and more effectively is the key. The disease I mentioned earlier is that the city has become a rudderless ship destined to spin in circles, addressing problems that have already been addressed. For example, the second unit compliance program and leaf blowers, instead of proactively dealing with issues that are truly important. How can we expect people to get a packet that is more often than not incomplete and inaccurate 4 or 5 days before they're expected to meet? Instead of remaining silent, as Mr. Clark did at the last council meeting when this was discussed, why didn't he take the lead and propose a solution? He didn't because he's living up to your expectations of him. Proposing to provide packets to the commissioners 10 days in advance of the meeting might be a great start. This would allow them extra time to email, and I'll support Commissioner Haney, or Council Member Haney's comments earlier. This would allow them to have extra time to email or phone questions of staff so that staff could have time to research. If something needed to be changed in the packet, they could do that, correct any deficiencies prior to the meeting. The commissioners who volunteer their time are better served, and so is the community. Instead, you continue to waste this community's time and money thinking cough syrup is going to cure pneumonia. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Michael Shapiro.
Good evening, Michael Shapiro, Ojai. It's come to my attention that some of the folks who serve on the Building Appeals Board, and perhaps even some of their colleagues, maybe here on the City Council as well, I don't know, have let it be known, I've seen some emails to the effect that they are in favor of turning the city of Ojai from a general law city, which, as people don't know, general law cities are bound by state law, to instead become a charter city that doesn't have to follow the same rules. I'd like people to know that charter cities have greater authority to raise taxes and fees, and local politicians in charter cities can increase their salaries, and those of appointed personnel as well. Charter cities have the authority to impose unlimited penalties on residents and businesses, increase all kinds of fees, and give out jobs and city contracts to whomever they choose. Because charter cities don't automatically gain benefits from certain state laws, more costly elections are often required to address many important issues, and as a result, charter cities are very often more prone to costly litigation than general law cities. The public needs to know, because we're going to have a campaign on this, we've been told, the public needs to know that all the pros and the cons of becoming a charter city, and they should certainly know that the last 3 large California cities to seek bankruptcy, or announce they at least plan to, have seen their housing values, tax revenue, and employment crumble. And what else do they have in common? They are all, each one of them, charter cities. Sure, LA and San Francisco, with their billion-dollar property tax and business base and profound transparency, can afford to be charter cities. But Ojai, with limited tax revenue base, cannot and should not. And anyone who says otherwise is trying to take us down a very dangerous road. Having said that, and echoing some of the information that was imparted to us in the prior meeting, I think that how can someone serve effectively on the City Appeals Board when they have been so vociferous in radically changing the makeup of this city. I don't have confidence in someone who serves on the appeals board, building appeals board, who's calling for the resignation and sniping at the heels of our city manager all the time. I don't have confidence in someone who sits on the city appeals board, building appeals board, who is calling for a charter city to completely upend this city and change its history from A to Z. And I think they should resign from that position, because I don't have the confidence they are making the right decisions in that position. And if they don't resign, perhaps since he serves at the pleasure of the council, he should be asked to step down. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clave?
Leonard Clay, 412 North Fulton Street. The last time I was here was about 2 or 3 months ago, and I talked a little bit about the fact that nothing was happening in the movie theater. Nothing is happening in the movie theater, except every once in a while there's a brilliant, as usual, in-depth article in the Ojai Valley News saying it's going to happen soon. Well, we're about to, it's like coming up on the second Ojai Film Festival without a movie theater. The Film Society is occasionally showing films at Matilaha, which is not a proper venue, and nothing is happening. We all know who is at fault, Golden State. I know that your authority and power in this are extremely limited, but on the other hand, you could write a letter to Golden State saying you guys are really causing a problem. You could send a copy to the Public Utilities Commission. I don't know what their if they would have any authority in this area, but it might become relevant when it comes time to rate increases. Something needs to be done. We're losing a valuable cultural resource, and it's because Golden State won't fork over the bucks to fix what they broke. Not acceptable. Second thing I want to talk about is leaf blowers. There was a great article in Saturday's LA Times. Chris Erskine wrote, and I'm going to two brief paragraphs. Hopefully something will stick in your minds in this the next time this comes up. And he's talking about how he likes to run early in the morning. With running, it's best to go early before the air is full of the heavy resins of car exhaust and garden crud. Each day, LA is attacked by thousands of gardeners with leaf blowers who stir up mushroom clouds of pesticides and rat poison and tire grit. Yum. If you could, what a ritual. In the name of perfectly clean driveways, giant clouds of grime are kicked up over our homes each morning. Should you forget to close your bedroom windows, this urban coal dust ends up on your white cotton pillow. At night, you swallow it with your eyes. All I can say is amen. Finally, I have 40 seconds. Bravo to Jimmy Cleary, and bravo to you all in the Arts Commission for recognizing him. Whenever there's an event in the city, Jimmy is there to lend a hand. A fabulous musician, a fabulous person, and no one could be more deserving of recognition than he. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I would encourage you to send that article into the city for public record.
Yeah.
Councilmember Wyrick?
Yeah, it's just as a matter of public information, and please, Mr. Clark, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding on the Playhouse, my latest information, and you maybe could step in with additional latest information, is that the excess lines carrier of the insurance company insisted on a construction consultant to be hired to look at, evaluate how much it would cost to finish this mess created by Golden State and come to a lump sum total and then pay that money and be done with it. And we're awaiting still the construction consultant's report. Is that where we stand?
So, no, the next step for them is to actually submit construction plans to the city for approval. So my understanding is that they're preparing construction plans, but those have yet to be reviewed by the city to determine if they're appropriate. Okay. That'd be the next step.
So they have, the construction consultant report has come in?
It has not.
It has not come in, okay.
Great. Mr. Beam?
Just one second, I can't help but make a comment. Hearing Mr. Clave,
when Mr. Clay ran for city council a couple times ago, and we were talking about how long it took to do the skateboard park. It reminds me of how long it's taking to do this movie theater. And his comment was that they built Yankee Stadium in a shorter period of time than it took us to build the skateboard park. And I think it's kind of apropos for the repair of our theater as well.
Mr. Beam?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, and thank you for whoever left me a cookie. I could use it. I'm here on behalf of the Chumash tribe, whose representatives and elders are here in the audience, and also the consultants. We have literally our own consulting team. I wanted to report that we had a meeting probably about 4 weeks ago now. I've been out of town for 3 weeks with Mr. Howard to discuss the implementation of the existing general plan requirements associated with effectively native cultural resources. It's a very positive meeting. Everybody got along well. We kind of laid out how to deal with this. It will require legal work by your city attorney, and we're here acknowledging their need for direction from the council, which I doubt you can give tonight, to authorize them to proceed and draft appropriate implementing devices to the existing general plan. And I do appreciate the comment by Julie's nephew, I guess, because hopefully it won't take 30 years to get this done, since it's been over 30 years since the general plan was adopted with, I think, good policies to present. So we'd like to get on with it. We'd ask the City Council, please put some authorization on the agenda as soon as possible. Direct City Attorney to continue to meet with us. We've already worked out how to identify issues and work together on that. So that's our request on behalf of the tribe.
And I am going to turn to Mr. Clark, but I had the impression that we had already given that authorization for our city attorney to work.
I've heard that statement, and I discussed that, but ultimately it's up to your council to believe that they have the proper authorization. It's not my matter to judge. So I'll let you, if you need to remind Mr. Summers that this has already been authorized with our meeting with Mr. Howard, then have at it. We'd love it. We'd like to start tomorrow. We've got our team ready. I think he's ready. We've got good ideas. We work well together, and we'd like to get on with it.
Mr. Clark?
So thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Just to update you on that, we do have the authorization that we need for both staff and the city attorney to work on it, and we're well on our way in putting together a draft policy that will be on your agenda at the second meeting in June. And we will consult with the tribal representatives before we bring it to you so that they have their input on the proposed policy. And that can be taken into consideration.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem Blatz.
I just want to thank Mr. Beam for all the work that he's put into this on behalf of the city as well.
I'm of those people that believe that the heritage associated with the Chumash tribe is a very important heritage to the Ojai community. And I think that is the mood of both the city council, which I thoroughly appreciate, and the community. We are in a unique community, and our uniqueness takes various forms. The presence of the Chumash tribe here, to me, which has the oldest Native American archaeological sites in the entire United States, is an opportunity to celebrate what Ojai is about. But we need to protect them, and they're not adequately protected now. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah Fendry.
Thank you, Mayor Lara. Council members, Deborah Pendry, 309 Riverside Road, representing the Ojai Valley Green Coalition. First, I'd like to recognize the water pitchers. For a couple months there, we had single-use plastic bottles, and it was a teeth gnasher. So good to see it. Betsy Clapp, shout out, got the cup even. So good deal. Okay, Ojai Valley Green Coalition. We wanted to remind the community of our Solarize Ojai Valley program going on now. It's a group purchasing program designed to make going solar easier and more affordable for Ojai Valley homeowners. Our partner, the Community Environmental Council, helps guide homeowners through the entire process as an unbiased expert resource. Our next workshops are Thursday, June 4th, next week, 6 to 7:30 p.m. at the Chaparral Auditorium, and that's at 414 East Ojai Avenue in Ojai. Then on Tuesday, June 30th, our final workshop will be 6 to 7:30 p.m. at the Oakview Park and Resource Center at 555 Mahoney Avenue in Oakview. At any time, a person can go online to solarizeojai.org or call 805-963-0583, extension 105 for more information. We also have a nice display in the City Hall lobby where people can read up on the program, and the program does end July 18th. This cookie is driving me nuts here. Okay. Okay. Then the community may not know we started a monthly salon series in March. We thought we would experiment with the idea that sometimes we just need to get out of our heads and into our hearts, to be enriched and inspired by each other purely for the sake of being enriched and inspired by each other. Our salons are held at the Coalition Resource Center, 206 North Signal Street, that's Suite S, on Fridays, 7 to 9 p.m. Wine is allowed. The next salon is June 5th, and the theme is trees. There are some guidelines that can be found on our website, OjaiValleyGreenCoalition.org. And finally, an organization called Greywater Action is hosting a 3-part webinar series for people who want to educate their communities about greywater. With the generosity of a coalition member, we will be hosting the webinar at the Resource Center on Wednesdays, 2 to 4 p.m. on June 17th, June 24th, and July 1st. Here's who they say you should attend: water conservation staff, environmental health directors, inspectors and code officials, environmental organization staff, irrigation store employees, plumbers, landscapes, contractors. Here's the presentation rundown. Part 1 on June 17th, Greywater 101. Part 2 on June 24th, how to design and install a laundry to landscape system. Part 3 on July 1st, how to make your community greywater ready and work with local agencies and irrigation stores. More details can be found on our website, OjaiValleyGreenCoalition.org or GreywaterAction.org. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have 2 speakers cards with no agenda item identifying as public comment. It is Antoinette Levin. Do you have an agenda item you would like to speak to, or a public comment? Which one?
Resolution approving revised guidelines. Resolution establishing a fine for operating a transient.
Number 2.
Number 2.
Residential zone without a.
Great. So I will call you up when that comes up. And then I do have another one. Marcy.
I'd like to address the same issue.
Murray Scar. Okay, great. Thank you. Anybody else wanting to talk during public comment? Yes, Ms. Golden. And thank you for that cookie.
Bring them back. I came up for the cookies. Just kidding. Christine Golden, Ojai resident, and I'm speaking as a citizen tonight. You know, I just listened to a lot of people crab and complain about City Hall and city government, and some of you know I spent a little time over here. And when this isn't on the agenda yet, but it's coming up soon, and when you look at your budget, I hope you will take a really hard look at balancing the budget by cutting staff further, because it's my opinion from observation that that's part of the problem. You don't have enough people over here. They're all, they just work and work and work and work. And there's just no way ever to catch up. It's just insane to balance the budget that way. Please look at that. And the other thing I want to say is a totally different topic, is it's another insanity I think that's going on, is we're withholding water from our trees. We need to water our trees. Trees supply a canopy of moisture which goes up into the sky. We're sending a message to the sky and the earth are intimately connected, and we're sending a message that there's a drought, so we're getting drought sky. And after hearing the fire report tonight, I think it's even more important. And there's some kind of nutsy thing going on about let's save it for the human beings and take it away from the earth. We need to water our trees. My opinion.
Thank you. Anybody else wanting to speak on public comment? If not, then I'm going to invite Mr. Howard to make some comments on the item. He's going to have to leave shortly, so I want to hear those comments on item number 6.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, staff, members of the community. Quickly, I did come here tonight to speak on item number 6, and I know you've got some very significant issues on the agenda, extremely important to the community, so I'll be very, very brief. 2 quick points, one on the future and one on the past. On the future, we're very excited, and I can't tell you how pleased we are that you're considering our firm to provide city attorney services to you. I will tell you, you will find Mr. Summers to be exceptionally well prepared for the meetings, for items and issues that come before this council and that are important to this community. He will serve you well in providing you advice and assistance so that you can lead this community well into the future. On the past, it has been my honor and privilege to serve as your interim city attorney since February. I will continue to serve as a resource for Mr. Summers, as well as stand shoulder to shoulder with he and other members of the firm to provide you with assistance that you need to carry you well into the future. I will continue to handle your code enforcement as long as Mr. Summers feels it's advisable and your chief allows me to. But all in all, I just wanted to tell you it's been my honor and privilege to have served you since February. I know you'll be well served into the future, and I want to thank you.
Well, thank you. Any comments? No?
Yeah.
Councilmember
It's been
Clapp.
great having you as our city attorney, or interim city attorney, and we are very thrilled to have Mr. Summers join our team. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. With that, I'm going to move to the consent calendar.
Mayor Laura?
Yes.
Just on the agenda issue, I think this is the time in the meeting if I have an agenda issue to bring it up.
Yes.
I believe so. And coming right on the heels of Mr. Howard's comments, with respect to the legal services agreement, I have some issues that I think that I want to discuss, not specifically associated with the agreement, that are best taken up in a closed session. And I was wondering if there's an issue in terms of procedure and protocol, whether that can be done tonight or whether or not that would have to be done at a future session. We amend the agenda to include closed session on an already, to discuss some issues of an already agendized item.
No, it would have to have been agendized as a closed session separately ahead of time.
That was the case.
It would, unless one of the 3 exceptions allowing an agenda item, an item not on the agenda to be discussed has arisen. To my knowledge, none of the 3 exceptions would apply.
And that was my opinion as well, just thinking about it, but I thought I would ask the question. And just want to let the council know that when we do get the agenda item number 6, there are some issues I want to discuss in closed session.
Great. And I hope we will get to item number 6. So. With that, anybody wanting to pull any consent calendars or consent items? Or also entertain a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call.
Clapp?
Yes.
Wyrick?
Aye.
Haney?
Yes.
Blatt?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes. Now we're in our discussion items, and we're going to turn it over to staff for item number 2, resolution establishing a fine for operating a transient rental in a residential zone without a permit.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. The issue of transient rentals in residential zones has been under discussion now since January. And as you recall, at that time, Council members Wyrick and Clapp were authorized to work with a group from the community on potential regulations. That process is going forward, and they have recommended that we put together a community workshop run by a facilitator, and we've actually hired the facilitator and are in the process of scheduling that meeting. As it stands right now, I'm hoping that we're able to schedule that meeting towards the beginning of July, but we have yet to have a firm date on it. In the meantime, the council requested that I come back with proactive enforcement of the current restrictions on transient rentals starting on June 8th. And just to give you a little bit of background, in residential zones, transient rental of residential properties is not permitted unless someone gets a CUP that permits that, and there's only one CUP out there. We think there's about 60 transient rentals that are currently being advertised, and so all of these would be operating without a permit. So this is directed at these. One of the issues that we discovered in looking at this is there currently is not a specific fine for an administrative citation relating to operating a transient rental without a permit. And so we are proposing that you create such a fine And the maximum fine you can charge is $500. So that's the amount that we've proposed, but that's up to your discretion to set. We've also laid out a series of steps and would appreciate your input and input from the public on how those steps should be rolled out, considering where we are in the process. So as I mentioned, we've already been online trying to identify transient rentals that appear to be within the city limits. That's ongoing. We propose that the first step be to provide a general notice to all residential properties within the community, letting them know what the rules and the restrictions are, and that enforcement is going to begin. We're also recommending that we put notice out to specific agents that are involved in the rental of transient residential properties, which would include websites like Airbnb and VRBO, but would also include agents within the community that maybe have a number of listings under these programs and are actively involved in helping people rent their properties online, seeking their cooperation with the limitations. The next step then would be to send cease and desist letters to individual properties that have been identified as having been in the process of advertising or renting, demanding that they cease that activity. And then following that would come fines and other enforcement actions if we did not receive compliance as a result of the cease and desist. So these are the steps that we've put out for discussion, and we're looking for the direction of the City Council. We do have a resolution that would enact the fine at whatever level you choose to set it.
Any questions or comments before we turn into public for staff?
I just have one question of staff. The issue of a transient rental in, it would be the R1 and R2, RO?
All residential zones.
All residential zones, they're permitted with a conditional use permit. And as far as we know, there's only one that's been permitted. How about in the village mixed use where I believe they're allowed without a conditional use permit? Isn't that correct?
A bed and breakfast is a permitted use within that.
What are we doing about collecting the transient occupancy tax from those people that are operating within the VMU?
So any legal operation that we're aware of is required to pay transient occupancy tax, and so we are attempting to collect that. So to the extent that we discover through this process units that are being rented that are not, that we didn't know existed, we would require them to file returns.
Okay.
As a follow-up, Mayor Laura?
Yeah.
So my additional understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Clark, is that while it is allowed to have a what amounts to a lodging operation in the VMU, it still requires a business license.
Absolutely.
And so that would be, that's all already established. It requires a business license, and then part of that business license would be inspection for that use and registration for paying the TOT, I assume.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Haney.
Mr. Clark, the only remedy for vacation rentals outside of the VMU is a CUP?
Yes. The only way that they can be permitted is having a public hearing before the Planning Commission, in which the Planning Commission determines that the impact of that use is no more significant than uses otherwise allowed in the residential zones, and then approving that through a conditional use permit.
Right. And we put a moratorium on CUPs, right?
That's correct.
So then how would someone with a vacation rental have the opportunity to go get a remedy?
The only remedy would be to stop renting it on a transient basis as things stand.
So they don't have a remedy. I just want to be clear on that. They don't have a remedy as of now. And then the second question I have is, in my review, you're recommending the administrative citation, and I think that there's an administrative order, and I think I asked for a copy of that and the citation. And I just, I wanted it for the public to understand that there's two ways of going about this. A fine versus oral communication and follow-up. Am I correct? Or can you expand on the difference between an order and a citation? And if anyone would like to see copies of them, I think we have them here, and I think we put them out on the front desk also.
So there are you're correct, there's a number of tools in the toolbox as far as dealing with illegal uses and code violations. An administrative citation is a citation that we issue that's somewhat like a parking ticket that has a fine associated with it. and that's required to be paid because of the citation being issued, and there's an appeal process where that can be appealed to a hearing officer. With an administrative order, that's an order from the building official to cease and desist the activity that is being undertaken, and that can also follow on with a hearing before an administrative hearing officer, and the hearing officer is in a position to impose fines of up to $1,000 a day at their discretion, depending on what's necessary to cause the activity to be addressed.
Okay, so the real difference is on the citation is the fine is immediate, and on the order, it's extended based on the appeal process.
It's correct, based on the hearing process.
Okay.
Any other questions? I just want to also state that during this process, I know Mr. Clark mentioned that we're going to have a workshop depending on what we want to do. But before we had decided to put a moratorium on the CUP, we had pulled this item of enforcement. And so just to let you know, we actually decided on the moratorium of CUP after we had advised staff to enforce the transient rentals. I have a lot of speakers cards, so I want to invite that if you agree with a person's comment, just to state that. And if you have other comments, just to address those too, so we can move on pretty efficiently. So our first speaker card is Mercy Gartner.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I know I mispronounced your first name.
Maurice.
Maurice, sorry.
Thank you. This was, I am an Airbnb host, and this is the first time I've heard of anything like this in the city. So I just simply want to say, I don't know what the communication has been about it, but I didn't know anything about it and had no idea there was any problem with transient rental. I just simply want to share my experience, which is this isn't a huge source of income, but it does provide an opportunity other than the hotels in town for people that want a home-like experience. The type of person that would come to my home and rent a room in a home is not somebody that would go to the Ojai Valley Inn or even the Rancho Inn necessarily. And that I would certainly be willing to pay any type of city taxes. It looks like there is no remedy. This has already been decided, and I mean, honestly, I didn't realize it was so far along, and I would have liked to have been advised of it, because I obviously don't want to be doing something that's against city laws. So for me, as I mentioned, in having the folks stay at my place, I think it's, I always direct them towards Ojai businesses. I think it is a source of revenue for Ojai businesses, and I know that we need that in the city. I always encourage them to stay, inside our city, whether it's for restaurants, whatever. And so for me, I don't really understand the issues around it. Obviously, there are some, but I have not been advised of it or have no information on it. So I simply would like to get more information on what the city is thinking about it. And if the workshop offers opportunity for those of us that have participated in it, I'd like to be involved in it. Thank you.
Great. And we did send out a postcard to all the residents in the city limits that was advised, and I think this issue has been ongoing for at least a few years.
I've heard nothing about it.
And so we'll do better. There's been actually newspaper articles on it, et cetera, for a while. But we're playing with the Facebook social media channel, so we're hoping that would generate more awareness in the community. And that said, there's still going to be an opportunity for you to voice your opinions, your comments, and so forth with this workshop that we're going to hold.
Good, because it seems to me there's some compromises that could be reached that could be satisfactory to the city and
Great.
to those of us that.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Blatz.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. Do Mr. Clark or Mr. Summers, do you have the date when the current ordinance was enacted, in which the CUP was required to have a transient rentals required to have a CUP in a residential zone? How long that's been around?
I don't have a specific date because the code was extensively revised, and I think it was in 1994, but I could be incorrect in that. And so it shows that date as being the revision date. And this is it's a general provision that doesn't specifically talk about transient rentals. What it says is that the Planning Commission may, by conditional use permit uses that are not otherwise listed in the tables of either permitted uses or non-permitted uses, if they can make certain findings about the impacts or lack of impacts of those uses.
Okay.
So I think it's been on the books for quite a long time.
Okay, thank you.
Antoinette Levin.
Thank you for your openness. And I was shocked when I went to City Hall a year ago and found that there wasn't a permitting process. I worked over 23 years in the motion picture industry, and I worked with our attorneys, our on-site attorneys, and legalized major motion pictures all over the world, so everything could be operated through the permit process. So I was equally shocked when I saw the agenda for this evening's City Council. I was like, ooh, and I tried to read into it. Okay, well then we have to just go get the permit, yeah? But I understand that's not the case now that I've listened very closely here. So here we go. In my experience, best practices hosting is being an ambassador for the city of Ojai. Its history, all of its history, and we've heard a lot of that spoken about tonight, and the abundance of non-chain local businesses, which is one of the reasons I moved here. Welcoming travelers who prefer residential accommodations has been a uniquely personalized experience. Young film interns intent upon attending a friend's wedding at the Ojai Valley Inn, but because they cannot afford hotel prices, they search Airbnb's website to find an affordable room. Or the workshop participant or personal retreatant who wants a quiet, home-like privacy. Airbnb hosts are meeting this unique market's needs. And we advocate and await an Ojai permitting process that legalizes our home share status. This is an excerpt from May 1st, Santa Monica Mirror, their newspaper. Santa Monica City Council passed an ordinance that legalizes and will tax home shares. The ordinance makes room for hosted home stay rentals, which at least one of the primary residents lives on site throughout the visitor's stay. In this case, the home sharing host would have to procure a city business license and pay business and transient occupancy tax. I'll refer to that as TOT in the future. I'm almost finished. Though we're a small jurisdiction, designing a permit and taxation process procedure will gain city revenues. Continuing with the excerpt from Santa Monica Mirror. The collection of TOT will generate estimated annual revenue of approximately $138,500 in transient occupation tax, the city stated. Thus, we're enabling on-site hosts to share their homes and earn a little extra money while collecting city revenues. And I know that, I believe I read somewhere in a lot of the material online that you're going to be working with the 2016 budget very soon. And I feel like this is a matter that should be a part of that budget, part of that revenue. Increasing numbers of city, state, and country governments have formulated new policy. Maybe we can't tuck back into the old policies that are on the boards. Maybe something has to be created here. Lots of work for the new city attorney. San Francisco's done it. I think someone else is going to speak about that, so I won't. But these new policies that are addressing our global future that includes this sharing economy movement Let's be a part of the sharing economy and movement that is taking place all over the planet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have
3 minutes exactly.
Yeah. I have a speaker cards with 2 names, Randy and Kasha. Oh, and Nula.
Because she's a participant. So we live in the city at 410 Tico. We've been renting via Airbnb for several years now. We do it occasionally. We go and visit our folks in LA, and families come and live for a couple days in our house. They pet and interact with our goats and chickens and get fresh eggs in the morning and get an experience that they can't get in a hotel. They don't want the hotel experience, and they go elsewhere if they couldn't do it here. We don't allow parties. We pre-screen every guest that comes to our house. They're on Airbnb. There are reviews that people give guests when they go to their houses that stay with them. It forces all of us to keep our house and grounds well maintained. And actually, I just checked before we came here this evening. It looks like there are about 120, 130 rentals on Airbnb in the city. Having a $500 penalty per rental is not fair at all. Bookings have been made several months in advance. We can't cancel bookings that are made without affecting other people's lives. In addition, we can't cancel bookings without severe Airbnb penalties on ourselves either. This penalty would penalize us retroactively. It consciously wasn't enforced before, and it's not fair to do it now. I think that there should be a penalty once the ordinance is made and if it's not adhered to. And like the other people who have spoken before us for an ordinance, we're happy to pay the taxes and happy to contribute to the city in that way. Or if you have to enforce, then enforce only if there's a complaint. Don't unfairly penalize problem-free rentals that benefit families and the community.
Thank you. Thank you. Sherry Stuckey.
Hi, everyone. I'm kind of new to this, so I don't really know what I'm doing, but I came last time about this issue, and I had submitted this ordinance from the city of Cambria, which is very similar in size and tourist mix. They have a 14-page ordinance about vacation rentals, and I didn't know if anybody actually reviewed it yet.
I can't say for other council members, but I did receive it and I did read it. But right now we're not commenting on any ordinance. We're just commenting on the enforcement of the ordinance.
Okay, so Commissioner Haney, is that the right title? Councilmember Haney pointed out that there's a moratorium on the CUP. So logically, I would like to propose that you put a moratorium on the ordinance implementation of enforcement until the workshops are underway and there's some progress on them. I understand the issues with it on both sides. And I do encourage you all to review this because it's already drafted with provisions for neighbor disputes. There's actually a provision if the person cannot be reached who manages the rental, that they can lose their license. And having helped several people rent their homes in the past with the downward economy, I can say that the folks that come are very well, educated and they're immersed in the arts. They're people that we would want in Ojai to be part of our community, and they do go to the business here, and very often they're synergistically staying with other groups at the hotels. So if you cut off this activity, I don't believe exactly how much you'd be cutting off that part of the economy. I don't think you understand that there is a lot of synergy between the hotel visitors and the quote-unquote transient renters. And there's a lot of money generated out of those visitors. So do you have any questions for me?
No.
I mean, I stay in Cambria all the time. It's beautiful. It's just like Ojai. And
Well, thank
it's
you.
very nice.
Thank you, and thank you for providing that ordinance.
Okay, you want another copy?
Oh, I think we're good, but the public would probably appreciate one. Thank you. Natasha?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, lady and gentlemen of the council, Madam Secretary. Hi, Ojai. So, I don't pay attention to politics, but I'm here to keep Ojai from shooting itself in the foot. Because, as this lady just pointed out, the Airbnb folks are going to local yoga studios. They're eating at local restaurants. And a lot of times these are young, low-budget people. They wouldn't come here. If they had to go to a hotel, they probably wouldn't come here at all. They would stay in Ojai, and they would stay in LA or wherever. So I also think we need to really draw a distinction. We have a home and we occasionally rent out our guest room. We don't want a full-time roommate. I still got stuff in that room. You know, we have house guests who stay there. We like to rent it out occasionally on Airbnb. We don't want the commitment of a full-time renter. So are we taking away low-cost rental from the Ojai economy? I know some people have blamed Airbnb for that. Absolutely not. If we wanted a full-time renter, we'd get one. We want to keep that room for ourselves. And we like the homestay experience, and it's something we do occasionally. We don't own 5 homes and we're renting out our 5 homes as a high power business. So to say that I, as a homeowner, would need to get a conditional use permit to rent out my spare bedroom where I got my sewing machine, it's like, really a conditional use permit because I want a house guest to stay in my sewing machine? Not in the sewing machine, but next to the sewing machine. So anyway, this is crazy. I'm sorry. It is. It really is crazy. So I think the lawmakers and citizens of Ojai, we really need to understand there's a difference between people doing very small-scale homestay. These people who come are guests in our home. The last lady who came, she was a yoga student. She came, she read our profile. She came stay with me because I do yoga. We had a yoga space there. She was here for a yoga workshop. It's a very friendly thing. It's not a high power, I better get a conditional use permit. But, and it's part of what makes Ojai Ojai, to offer people that loving experience that's not a high power, high digit, money oriented corporate experience. And I understand certain things have to be regulated. And yeah, if there are people who are doing a full-time job, renting out their whole home as a full-on business, well, yeah, but don't lump the homeowner. We live there. We're renting out our spare room, and it's onerous to get the government up in our spare room. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you. Gay Martin.
Nice to see you all. Thank you. I just want to underline what she was just saying about the difference between Airbnb and VRBO. VRBO has been a problem in other cities. I know in Santa Monica, I just had a guest who was saying that there are so many vacation rental homes in her neighborhood that people come in for a week, have big parties, for, a family of 5 or who knows what. There's so many that it really became a problem. And so Santa Monica just went through the same process that Ojai is going through now. But they've made a distinction between that kind of business, which is high-powered, you have to get a conditional use permit, this is a big business, or even a small business, to someone who is offering a bed, to someone who's coming to Ojai for a retreat, or, a yoga stay, or just to get away from LA. Like we have one person at a time in our spare room. So I wanted to underline that distinction so that there can be some laws, if we have to have a law, or if we have to have a fine, or if we have to pay per stay. Certainly, we don't make $500 on someone coming to stay in our guest room overnight. That it'd be more reasonable, and that there is some way for us to do it when. If you say, okay, well, you can't do this unless you have a permit, but you can't get a permit. It's kind of like catch-22 here. So let's get real and get reasonable, because, like you say, it's kind of crazy, the way it is right now. So I would appreciate it, because as it was the flyer that was passed out by someone earlier about San Francisco's new housing rules regarding this, that this has been a punishing economy, and there's a difference between someone who's renting out a vacant house to someone who's just offering a bed in their guest room. So thank you.
Thank you.
State their names.
Okay. Thank you. Yes. Mr. Bream, and even though I call your name, if you could just state your name for the record.
Hello again. You shouldn't send me on vacation. Craig Beam, Ojai. My experience with this has been on the other side, where people who lived in Ojai, who had artist studios in Ojai, literally vacated their home and full-time run their home as a business. Period. I'm tired of my neighbors and their neighbors talking about them doing yard work at 11 or 1 o'clock in the morning, people coming and going at all hours, and basically destroying the fabric, if not the interaction in the neighborhood. I guarantee if we had a major fire or earthquake, we could care less about what happens to these neighbors. But that is what we're actually seeing. There is so much money involved in this venture that a fine of $500 will probably not be much of a disincentive for these activities. So the city really needs to look at more stringent enforcement activities right now. Cease and desist, recordation of notice violation, which would be a violation, amongst other things, of your covenants in your loan documents for everybody here, okay? We expect Ojai to be well-planned. We expect Ojai to commit to our planning processes and our procedures, and yet people are saying, well, we don't really know what it is, we don't really care. If I were going to run a full-time office out of my house in a residential zone, I certainly could hardly say I didn't know I could have a full-time office and have cars coming and going and have a nice flashing sign outside or what have you. This is a real problem. This will destroy the fabric of the neighborhoods of Ojai, which the city council works so hard to preserve. It literally will do that. If you look at the experience in Santa Monica, Laguna, who just did a 180-degree flip from permitting earlier. If you look at what's happened in Big Sur, the testimony is uniform and the same. You are destroying the housing stock for younger people. You are distorting the real estate market, because obviously, if you can pull down the rents that are involved, and you want to know what they are, look at the websites for these entities. You're not going to be able to allow the very same people that I would like to be able to have, jobs in Ojai, live in Ojai, and they'll be the first to tell you that. If you talk to the people in Jim and Rob's or at Ozu or what have you, we're destroying the housing stock, what little affordable housing stock we have in Ojai for some of these activities. Now, I'm sure there's some people that are renting merely a room. Is that a problem? I don't know. But I guarantee you that the activity that should be of concern goes far beyond that. It's a full-time business, absolutely in violation of city code, and they know it. But there's so much money involved, they figure, well, geez, maybe that's the cost of, I'll get a fine of $500 a month and go ahead. And they're ignoring it. City has to take further enforcement action seriously. You need to look at those further steps that other cities are already doing. Do not reinvent the wheel. Take a look at the palette of alternatives that are available that have been and tested to see for their effectiveness elsewhere. But do not destroy the housing stock of Ojai. Do not destroy rental stock that our younger people depend on to be able to work and live in Ojai. Part of our commitment to them. Thank you.
Excuse me, I have one real question, quick
Yeah,
question for Mr.
Councilmember Clapp.
Beam. Mr. Beam, you said a lot, but I did catch one thing that you said I would like you to explain. You said something about violation of loan documents.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
I can't run my house as a commercial business full-time and be within the covenants of my loan documents. It specifies that the uses that are associated with my property are residential uses, not commercial uses.
Oh, you mean like a mortgage, you mean?
Yeah, like a mortgage. That's exactly what I mean. If you want to get somebody's attention, you have to look carefully at what's effective in getting their attention. And I will tell you that there's so much money involved. And the people that have testified on this issue have said this time and time again in other communities. I have a file this thick on it. That you're not going to get compliance simply by saying, we think you shouldn't do this. That's the hell of it. And there are people that have lived in this community that have moved out. It distorts the housing market. It distorts the rental market. You don't want to do that. I think it's a violation of your housing element, personally. You're not taking the action necessary required to provide housing opportunities for the whole community. It's a problem.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elizabeth, I can't read the writing.
Looks like Medeiros.
Medeiros or?
May I read what she was going to read?
Yeah, you could read it.
Liz, you're not here? I guess she had to leave. This is what she was going to read.
I completely disagree with the gentleman right before me. I feel like we need to open our minds and open our legal minds and find a way.
I understand, but if you could please.
San Francisco's new housing rules are a win-win. San Francisco's Board of Supervisors, fair to share decision. Number one, only permanent residents can offer their home. I align with offering a room in their home for rent. Entire homes can only be rented out if a maximum of 90 days per year. The rest of the year, they actually have to live there. I don't know about that, but this is what San Francisco approved. Hotel tax must be collected. That's the TOT I discussed earlier. Every rental must come with a $500,000 liability insurance. And that's their outline. Quoting a member of the Board of Supervisors, comparing people who make a few bucks off of a room in their house is, in this punishing economy, with investors, or actually speculators, who are renting out vacant houses and apartments, is comparing apples and oranges. I'm confident we found a fair solution for everyone. Please keep considering this matter and don't call it a closed issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I could just make a comment. A lot of the comments that we're getting tonight have to do with changing our ordinance, things that need to be brought up at the workshop when we have them. That's not what's before us tonight. We're faced with an ordinance that's been around for 20 or 30 years that says these are not permitted in residential zones without a conditional use permit. That's the law right now. And what's before us tonight is whether or not we're going to enforce that law, and if we are, how we're going to enforce it. So talking about what San Francisco's doing in terms of renting out a room versus renting out a house, or people that are in business, doesn't do us a lot of good, because we're not here to discuss how we may end up modifying our ordinance, which says that in residential zones without a CUP, these endeavors, regardless of what they are illegal. That's a fact that we have to live with. We're not here to change that tonight. We can't change that tonight. What's before us tonight is, are we going to start enforcing our law that's been on the books for several years? That's more what I'm interested in hearing about, rather than hearing about San Francisco or Santa Monica or anything like that. I would much prefer to hear, what as a group of people do you feel we should do in terms of our enforcement?
And I'll echo those. We are here for enforcement issues, and we will have the opportunity to voice these concerns at a workshop. But again, it is part of the item, and I'm not going to censor anything. So with that said, I'm going to invite Marcia and Mark Bruquette. And if you could please state your name.
Yeah, that's Benkert, Marcia and Mark Benkert. And we're kind of locals involved in the arts here. The city has one of my sculptures over in the arcade of the Bear. And we've been doing it Airbnb
Sharon.
for a while, and just have really enjoyed it. Just, he's saying it destroys the fabric of our community, but I think it really kind of interlocks people who want to live here and just get to meet, here's what goes on here. And so, I would just, recommend the city to really
consider
take a look at it
make
again.
some kind of compromise or something, because we cannot be lumped with big businesses when we just have a home. And we are a family that we've had lots of trauma in our life these last few years, and we probably wouldn't have been able to keep our house. And we are getting some help. And we don't consider the people customers, we consider them friends. And I think Ojai treats people like friends. And it feels sort of like communism or something. Like, I don't know, it just doesn't seem to flow with the whole feel of Ojai to have this. And so I would just ask all of you to just kind of see if you can come up with something that's a little more, compromise that would fit the style and lifestyle of the whole world, of everywhere you go in the world. Airbnb is a force that is not going to be stopped. I don't know how, one city here and there is going to do, but everybody that we have absolutely has loved being here. If you could see some of the reviews. And people get free nights if it's their anniversary or their birthday, or if they need something. Some lady was there just grieving and having the worst time, and we had the sweetest time together. And I'm not against hotels, and I have friends that own hotels and say it doesn't bother them. It hasn't impacted them. It's enriched the whole community. And so I would just ask you for mercy, please, think about it.
Did we get 6 minutes because there's two of us?
No.
I just wanted to tell you a little story. I have a mom who's 98, and I told her about what we're doing with Airbnb, and she brought up this story because her and my dad, after World War II, had to travel all the way across America to get back to their home. And every town they went into, people said, will you come stay with us? Because my dad was in uniform, And I just thought, that's really America, So I kind of feel it's anti-American to not embrace new people into our town in this different kind of way than we've ever done before. So,
Great.
Thank
you. Tara Jeffrey.
Okay, I'm not going to win any popularity contests. Tara Jeffrey, 512 North Blanche Street. I think that this is difficult to say. I don't find Airbnb to be a total positive love fest like I'm hearing tonight. I live in a neighborhood with a hotel and with several Airbnb properties, and I have found them to be really interrupting, and I'm a pretty easygoing person, and so for me to be saying that, that's a big deal. I do think it's interesting that the enforcement issue is something that has been a problem for the city for a long time. As far as people renting rooms versus having full-on businesses, I think that's a workshop issue, but I think the enforcement is extremely important. I'm very glad to hear that you have an enforcement officer at this point. Also, I think it's really important to not drive public policy by people's financial situations. You have to. I think I'm going to implore you to be very, very careful to really look at that. I've had lots of down times with my business, and had to go get second and third jobs. You know, it's just one of those things. We have a rental property that we could have rented for an Airbnb, and we decided not to. We have low-income renters. I don't know how this is affecting the renter stock. I do have an employee that can't afford to live here because there are no rentals, and the ones that are available are extremely expensive. I certainly don't want to stand in the way of people earning a living and bringing people into town that are a contribution, but I just don't share the feelings of a lot of the people here tonight. I've been personally impacted kind of negatively by Airbnb and VRBO in my neighborhood. I think it's very important, again, to not drive public policy by people's financial situations. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom? Joroski?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Tom Jarofsky. I live on Mercer Avenue, and I wanted to encourage the council to postpone the fines proposed for the violations until the city has a chance to revise their rules, and either that or allow the CUPs to be issued on a case-by-case basis. I'm strongly in favor of the sharing of the home concept. Thank you.
Thank you. Gil? Ronzerska?
Yeah, I just want to, council members, thank you. Also want to point out there's obviously small community, neighbors and friends, kids that have young kids that share the sports fields with other people here. So I respect everyone's opinion, and there's obviously some very smart individuals on both sides of the issues. I, for one, support the resolution establishing a fine for the operating of transient rentals in the $500 per violation. And the reason I do that is, one, the common theme of this, it's money. There's money being made. And I did say that there was very smart people here. And the only time I ever have made bad decisions, it's been over maybe a little bit of money, especially when it's illegal, you know, to have these rentals to begin with. And that's where we kind of sit. It's not legal to do it. I made a call today to see if my insurance company, USA, which is usually allows a lot of variance, would allow me to have a transient rental in my home. And the answer was absolutely not. In fact, if something happened at my home, it would not be covered. So I would put myself at extreme financial risk by allowing people to come to my house and accepting money in that environment, as well as the loan docs I think came up, but specifically the insurance issue. So I don't know if these people that are here, that are smart people, have specifically asked that.
I have to tell you, there's $1 million policy.
If you could please. Yeah, if you have public comment, when it's your turn, you could
Right.
express that in the podium. If you
Well,
could
it's your
please.
insurance that's fine, and that's fine. That's where I sit. The other thing is long-term issues. I'm very fortunate. We do have 3 rental properties here in city limits, and they are long-term rentals. They were distressed property, and they are rented out. And of course, we could probably make a lot more money by going different routes, but we choose not to. We're in Ojai for the long term. We love this community, and we want it to be available in that realm. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Greg Mackey?
Hi, City Council, Mayor. Thank you very much for giving me this time. Hello to Ojai. My name is Greg Mackey, and I'm a Airbnb host. And I can say unequivocally that the people who come stay with us spend a ton of money in Ojai. In fact, right now, my guests are eating out somewhere after spending the whole day spending money, right? So I just wanted to let you know if that there's a lot of money being made out there, and these people would not be staying in Ojai at a hotel. That's not the type of people that come stay at Airbnb. The type of people that I get on a regular basis are people who are just here because they want to get away from the hustle and bustle. And that is not going to be a hotel that they're going to stay at. Now, I just got back from Hawaii, with my family of 4. And guess what? I stayed at Airbnbs entirely there except one night. And it was the first night. So I was there for 18 nights. The first night I was there, I stayed at a hotel just because it was convenient. But it was, after that, I just went to the Airbnb mode. Now, I'll just tell you, I spent a lot of money in Hawaii with my family. And I would not have gone. I would not have stayed in Hilo, Hawaii, if it had not been for Airbnb, because I would not been able to afford it. So that was the linchpin for me to make that decision to go where I went because of Airbnb. Ojai is a destination town, and the people who come here are looking for something unique. And that is what Airbnb provides, uniqueness. What we provide are eggs for our guests. No hotel's going to do that. And nobody who wants to stay at a hotel they're not expecting anything like this. So I really bring something special. And I believe all Airbnb hosts bring that specialness. And that specialness is what Ojai specifically has to offer as a community. And one last thing, Airbnb and VRBO are two very completely different business models. VRBO has no way for a host or for a guest to be reviewed. That is the difference. Airbnb, the guests get reviewed. That means that if you're a guest on my property, I get to review you. I get to say whether you are causing a problem, whether you're coming in too late at night. You know, I don't want these people in my place. I want people who are very respectful, who are here to have a really beautiful time. And that's what I have to offer. That's what I attract. That's what the city of Ojai attracts. And that's what they get. Thank you.
Thank you. This next person, I can't read the last letter. S-E-U. Sean. Oh, is it Sean or S-A-N? S-E-A. You could please state your name for the record.
Yes, Sean Keenan, Ojai. Hello, City Council, everyone in Ojai. I just wanted to talk just to the point on the enforcement that you guys are going to be deciding on tonight. Is there any way that you can look at bifurcating the enforcement, like for people who are renting entire properties, the VRBO model I'm hearing, having a different enforcement than people who are renting out rooms in their house? Because I'm hearing a lot of people are doing home shares. And while I'm actually against the whole idea, the home share part, I don't necessarily mind as much as someone taking in finite housing stock off of Ojai's boards forever, and well, not forever, but for as long as they own it, and renting it out as vacation rentals. That I don't like at all. So I would like to see the $500 fine applied to those whole properties. But the people that are just renting out portions of their property they live on, I think that perhaps there might be a way that you could bifurcate the way that you're going to be treating this. I'm not sure if that's even legal, but perhaps you can tell me. So that's all I have to say on that.
Great.
Thanks.
I'm not going to take second time testimony, but I do want to offer the opportunity to anybody else that wants to comment on this item. Yes, and if you could please state your name.
Hi, Otis Bradley, Ojai. I'm curious if you could tell me what the fine is. If you have a fence that's higher than 3 feet in your front yard, what's the fine for that?
I'm going to turn over to staff. Do you know the fine for that? I looked over all those fines, and I believe there's nothing over 200 or 250 for the first offense. And I could.
My second question is, if you have an office use that does not conform with the industrial zone, such as Bryant Street, I'd be curious what the fine is for that, and if there's any enforcement on that. My third question would be, if you have an illegal unit, a second unit, what would the fine be for that? And are there any current enforcement? Is there any current enforcement on any of these things? The last 2 times I've been here, I've been told that there was going to be a public forum, and there hasn't been a public forum, and now there is a fine on the board. So I don't understand the logic of how you can have the fine before the forum, and I don't think there's any enforcement of any other zoning issue. At least I've never heard of it. That's
Great, and we
But
will
thank
be
you.
talking about second units the next item. And with that said, anybody else? Yes, if you please state your name.
Hi, my name is Carrie, and I live in Ojai. And I just wanted to address a few things that I heard tonight. One was about enforcing a law that was written 20 to 30 years ago, and I don't really see how that applies to today's situation, which is different with vacation rentals, which really weren't so popular 20 to 30 years ago. Also, I was here at the last meeting, and Randy Haney said conflict arises when something is out of balance. And I absolutely agree with that, and I think that something is out of balance, but like this gentleman just said, it needs to be discussed on both sides before a fine is implied. I think it would be detrimental to people who depend on that to make a living, to stay in Ojai, to keep their houses nice.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks. Anybody else? No? Yes, Ms. Sumaya. If you could please state your name.
Good evening, everyone, City Council, staff, and community. My name is Julie Tumamayat Stensley. I live in Miners Oaks. I go to Cambria, and we stay at houses because, yes, it is our freedom to be able to be in a home, and you're basically paying the same amount for a hotel as you would for this home, that you have all the conveniences. But here, where it touches me personally, when people are looking at the income that comes in here, the comment that, yes, we couldn't keep our house if we didn't do that. But I have an ex-husband who's living out under oak trees because he can't afford to live in a house. He can't rent for his income, limited. I have two sisters that are living with my other sister who's, they're cramped as it is. So these Airbnbs are really pricing out community members. Families are sharing rental full-time with people they don't even know because of the lack of housing that is taken up by the Airbnbs. They're going to do, what they're going to do, and hopefully you'll come up with an ordinance that can work for both those who own property and those who are sleeping under the trees. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anybody else? Yes, Judy.
Good evening. My name is Judy Murphy. I live in Ojai, and I have been coming before you for the last 2 years to discuss with you the lack of affordable housing in Ojai. So on the vacation rental issue, I tend to come down rather against letting our housing stock be used that way. However, tonight I've been listening to a lot of people who are renting out one room. They call it home sharing. I have less of a problem with that because I don't think it's really reducing our housing stock for affordable rents. And as such, I would like to see the council delay the $500 fine until after we can get through a workshop and come to a good, comfortable decision for Ojai on what to do with this problem. And then it's time to enforce with big fines if necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else wanting to speak for the first time? I know you did a speaker's card, but I'm going to just give everybody one opportunity. Yes, Dale?
Good evening. I'm Dale Hansen. I live in the city of Ojai. I have to speak up on this because I'm one of the people that's so opposed to vacation rentals. It does a great harm to our community. I am in real estate. I have people coming in my office every day crying for rents. There are no rental stock. Even rooms are no longer available. And people that live here, that work here, can't afford to. It hurts our schools because families can't, if you can't afford to buy a home, you can't rent here. You can't even find a home. So it is a great detriment to our community, and I agree with some of the comments that went before. I do have a little bit of an exception to people who are present when a room in their house is rented. I'm not sure where I stand on that. That's a consideration, perhaps. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to turn it back, or discussion item, I'm going to turn it back to our council for further deliberation. Any council member, any comments?
Yes.
Council member Wyrick?
Chair Laura, I think we're in a situation here where we spent years ignoring the problem. Or ignoring addressing the issue. This council, unfortunately, decided to, when confronted with this issue many years ago, didn't know what to do, suspended enforcement, I think with the intent that there would be sort of movement forward on addressing the issue in some sort of timely fashion, and that didn't happen for years. I think the intent of Councilperson Clapp and myself was that situation was untenable. The situation of having ignoring activity that didn't fit within the code, and having that situation go on and on was simply untenable. And I stand by that. I think that is, in fact, that's what I believe. On the other hand, the city council needs to take some responsibility for managing where we have been to a fair and balanced transition to where we're going, which has yet to be determined. We instituted a process for trying to flesh that out, to decide what the community's, if you will, center of gravity is in terms of what it wants to do with respect to the issue of vacation rentals or transient rentals. So how to the best transition from where we've been, which I stand clearly on was not tenable, to where we're going, which we haven't yet fully defined. Along the way, I've come to a couple, I think, conclusions that I've heard from just about everybody and from other cities, and that the reason for the conditional use permit moratorium is that that's just simply not a choice being made by any cities for a way to license or permit any degree of transient rentals, because it is onerous. It's ridiculously onerously and expensive. It's just not the way to go. What has been happening is licensing, permitting through licensing, with stipulations about what's allowed and not allowed in the practice of transient rentals. And I think we've heard that tonight. We've heard that there's a whole range, and some of it, the range of use, people have more objection to than others. And the problem with this proposal, and I want to try to explain carefully what I mean in terms of a problem with this proposal, is that it's like a blunderbuss. It's just a big bat that doesn't really deal, I think, properly with the issue of transition. When this originally came up, I was suggesting 180 days as a transition to begin enforcement, so there would be time to have the public process, to have workshops, to arrive at where we want to be in terms of licensing and permitting through licenses. I think that to go from where we've been, which was to have no enforcement, to all of a sudden have enforcement with $500 without the degree of finesse necessary to go through what we want in this community is a big, broad, blunt bat, and it's not the way we should go. I do have a problem with the idea that we're going to have a workshop, but we're going to start beating people over the head with a fine before the workshop even happens. I think that's not fair. And so where I'm at is, to my fellow council people, is that I think that the issue of suspending enforcement and assessing fine is certainly appropriate, but I don't think it's necessarily appropriate before we go through the process of inviting community input through the workshop and arrival at a design of what we want to do in terms of permitting in this community.
Okay. Any other comments from council members? No? Councilmember Haney?
Well, I agree 100% with William. I personally, as a community, I just don't think that we want our city council to behave that way by fining people excessively over something that first of all hasn't been negotiated as to how we're moving forward on it. So again, I agree with you, William. I would watch. First of all, we all believe in rules. We can all agree on that, and rules have to be enforced, and we can all agree on that. But we're in a situation where we've had a rule that has not been enforced. And in fact, we've been in a situation in this community where over the years we've had a lot of rules that have not been enforced. And we're coming to grasp with that as a council. And I don't think we're going to shirk that responsibility. But in this moment and on this issue, I just don't see how we can turn around and start fining people excessively. And I don't know if I know the limit is $500. I'm not sure if the $500 is per incident, per day. I mean, let's not limit ourselves to thinking it's $500. It could be greater. And I just don't think as a community that's what we want. Yes, do we want fairness, and yes, do we want an opportunity to maybe change or modify our existing ordinance. But until we do that, and until we make that ordinance certain, I'm totally against any type of fine. I'm totally against that. And again, that's why I brought up the citation versus the order. Is the citation is finable and the order isn't. The order, you have the opportunity to communicate how you feel or what your needs are to a hearing officer. It's an entirely different venue, an entirely different way of handling this situation. So that's where I stand on it. I think that this should come back to the city council after we've had the opportunity for Betsy and William to hold their last open forum on this, and then come back and have this debate as to what we want in our community. And then at that point, set a date certain that we are or we aren't, or what is going to happen in that moment.
Mayor Pro Tem Blatz.
Yes, I tend to mirror Councilman Wyrick and Councilman Haney's impression of what we're asked to do tonight, so I'm not going to belabor that. But what I do want to do is I want to just open this thought process up, because we are going to be having some public workshops. And as I see it from my perspective, there's several different kinds of areas in which we consider it to be transient rentals. We do have business people that are coming into town that never intend to live in Ojai, that are buying housing stock with the sole idea of turning them in to transient rentals. That's one instance. Then we have another group of individuals that live in Ojai, but they're going to rent their house out and they're going to leave town while it's being rented out. That's another one. We then have a third kind where people have a house, and they might have a guest house or a granny flat, and they're going to be living in the main house while they rent out the guest house or the granny flat as a transient rental. That's yet another thing for us to look at. And then we have those which are going to be renting out a room. And I don't think we can lump all those into the same impacts in our communities. So I just want to throw that out, because these are the things that we have to decide. And putting a fine in now is the absolute wrong thing to do, in my opinion. But we have to begin thinking about those things. We have to think about them, how those different concepts have an impact on our communities, because hopefully when we end up deciding on what we're going to do, we're going to end up with a much better, we're going to end up with a much better ordinance. But we have something that really reflects what our community wants, because I think there is some merit to having some of these. I just don't think we can lump them all together.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Council Member Clapp.
One thing that I want to bring up real quickly, I think this is really important to address, is that with a vote of 5-0 on March 10th, this city council directed staff to begin proactive enforcement to stop unpermitted transient rentals in residential zones. So I want people to understand, and we all know that we directed staff to do this. So I think it's really important not to come back and say, look what staff did. Look what they're, he's running the city, there goes the city manager again, trying to find everybody $500 for this. We directed staff to come back with a proposal, and this is a proposal he came back with. And I think this shows the complexity of this matter, because the more that I become educated on, the more all of us become educated on this vacation rental matter, the more we realize how complex an issue it is. It isn't purely about tax dollars, it's also about your community and how these rental practices are affecting our communities, whether it be a homestay or whether it be an independent body coming in and buying 4 or 5 houses and turning them into vacation rentals. This has an impact on a community. It has an impact on how many people attend your churches, attend your schools, how many people volunteer for Lions Club, how many people, doctors have patients. We already had a hard time keeping our hospital open. So we really, I think the more I'm getting educated, the more I realize this is an extremely complex issue. So that being said, I think it's just really important for me to bring that up, saying this is it's going to be a really messy process because of this. And I think everyone's going to find, the more they educate themselves on this, that it isn't so simple as, oh, gee, it's going to bring in some tax dollars, whoopee. It's about the future of your community and what you want your community to be. So you're going to see us up here haggling with this and changing our minds, and as some people like to call it, flip-flopping. And it's because it's not so easy, and it's not easy for any of us up here. And I think that's one thing we heard tonight, is that maybe our decision to do a proactive enforcement right now before a policy has been established was not maybe the best idea. But it also needs to be understood that anytime anybody opens a business, first thing you do is you get a license to do it. And whether it's any kind of business, and to run a business, essentially a vacation business in your home, it's a business, so it requires a license. And the first thing you do when you go into business is you go down and you go to the city and go, is this allowed? And what are the requirements? And so the idea that well, I didn't know, it doesn't fly with me. So please be aware that if you are operating a business, this business right now in your home, it is not allowed in the city limits of Ojai. But under the complex situation we have right now, we're all kind of bumbling around trying to figure out what to do. And I just think it's really important that we work together on this. We have patience, we have our workshops, we continue to probably have maybe a couple more focus group meetings, and then eventually council will come back with a recommendation and we'll discuss about what we're going to do.
And I agree. I just want to comment. I absolutely agree with all my colleagues. I think that we're in the process of listening and trying to understand this issue. And during that process, that's why at the beginning I stated that before putting a moratorium to CUP, we acted to enforce this law. And I think we're all trying to deal with it. We're all trying to understand it. And I think that it is, I think we all agree that it wouldn't be fair finding and enforcing the law when we haven't had a workshop of what we're going to do. With that said, do we need a motion, or do we just need clear direction to the staff?
So it sounds like you want to suspend the direction that you gave me in March.
Yes.
And that could be done just through you telling me that, or by making a motion, whichever you prefer.
Anybody? Yeah, Mr.
Summer has a comment, and then
my comment would be that, as I understand it, it was approved previously by motion, so I'd recommend to a new motion overriding the previous motion.
Okay.
And that would be in order within this
But
agenda
I
item?
do have one more thing. I want to
Yes,
say.
and the reason it would be in order within this agenda item is the agenda item was to consider adding a fine for transit rentals that are unpermitted, and here would be not adopting that resolution and then further adding that, undoing the previous direction.
Does anyone want to make the motion, or I'll try to take a stab at it?
Well, you can make a motion and you could comment on it, or I can comment
Okay.
now.
I'll make a motion and see if there's a second, and we'll open up for discussion. I'll make a motion to suspend, to adopt a resolution establishing a fine of $500 per violation, and furthermore, to postpone this until we figure out what we're going to do. Is that until our public has been.
And I might suggest that it would be until council is considering adoption of a revised transit rentals ordinance.
Okay.
Or revision of the zoning code regarding transit rentals. In other words, adopting the fine at the same time as the revised ordinance is presented for you.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Yeah. And I'll second. Okay.
And then open for discussion.
It's open for discussion. I just wanted to, can we add anything to this, or is it just a closure on the finding and not, finding to fine or not to fine? For instance, one of the things that Betsy brought up is the fact that there's a lot of people in here that are operating a business. And maybe in the interim, you need to demonstrate to the city that you care about this, and that this issue has substance, and maybe you do want to come down to City Hall, and maybe you do want to get a business license of some type. I'm not sure what that is, or maybe you need, or maybe we need to register. I'm just saying, I'm not sure if we can add that to this text, or what? No, we can't? Okay.
Not at the moment.
Yeah, but any further
comments? I just want to make sure I understand the motion. The motion is to vote on a resolution not establishing a fine for operating a transit rental in a residential zone without a permit. Is that it?
Yeah, and including the adoption of the fine when we complete the item.
All right.
And just a clarification, there would be no adopted resolution not adopting fine. It would just be not adopting the draft resolution in the ordinance, in the packet.
Okay, all right. That makes sense. I see where you.
Discussion of the motion?
Yeah, Councilmember Wyrick.
I just want to commit to the community that one thing that I have a very strong conviction about is that we don't allow this as a council to have gone full circle to where we were 4 years ago and spend time not, where we don't come to, a resolution. We cannot, I will do everything I can as an individual council person to make sure that this doesn't result in just ignoring the problem. There is a problem. We need to, we cannot have a situation where the code says you shouldn't do this, and we don't revise the code to figure out how we want to allow it. That's just not tenable. And so I'm going to do everything I can to make sure we don't repeat the mistake of the past, and that we push this forward. We have a workshop. We keep pushing to get to some sort of decision about how we want to revise our ordinance with respect to the situation.
Yes, I agree.
Mayor Laura, can I request that maybe an update be given about the public forum, because staff is trying to schedule it, so maybe
Yeah,
city manager.
we did mention it at the beginning.
Oh, can we mention it again?
Don't we need to vote?
We can vote after we mention, a lot of people call me about when is the forum going to be, so.
So the date of the forum has not been set. One of the things I plan on doing with the city council before we go home tonight is getting some more input on when that's going to be, because I'm having difficulty finding a date when everybody can be here. But it is not set yet. And so when it is set, we intend to send a mailer to all residential addresses informing them of the date and to advertise it in other ways.
Great. Any more comments before we vote on the motion? Did we get a second?
Yes.
Okay, great. Roll call.
Platt? Wyrick?
Yes.
Haney?
Yes.
Blatz?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes. Moving on to to item number 3, resolution approving revised guidelines for the second unit compliance program. And I'll turn it over to staff for a report.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. For some time now, the Building Appeals Board and the Planning Commission have been working on rules and regulations for second unit guidelines. You want me to wait until the crowd disperses a little bit?
Yeah, if you could please, if you want to talk, if you could please take it to the outside so that we could proceed with the meeting. We do have a few more items on the agenda, so we're trying to get through
I think
them.
we actually need to take a short break.
Yeah, I think, well, we'll take a few minute break so that people could just get water, take a bathroom break, etc. To start off with some questions from our planning commissioners that they wanted the opportunity to review the guidelines again. They stated that the Buildings Appeals Board got were privileged to review the guidelines twice, and they were only given the opportunity to do it once. And it's up to council to decide whether we want to give Planning Commission the opportunity. Now, I do want to go because it was my call, Mr. Clark, Mr. Clark. I'm sorry, Rob. Mr. Clark, Mr. Clark did come to me and asked if I would send it to the Planning Commission, and I denied the request because I am against sending it back to any commission. It was because I felt like this has already been going for 3 years. I felt that we had already tabled it prior to last agenda, and I didn't get no request then. But since it was pretty obvious that most of the commission wanted to review those guidelines, I'm absolutely open to feedback from our council members to see what we want to do tonight.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Clapp.
Well, real briefly, I think the reason it was such an issue is because it was not so much that they didn't get the opportunity to review it twice, but the fact that the Building Appeals Board actually modified language in the Planning Commission's work. So there was that issue as well. First of all, whether or not it was even appropriate for the Building Appeals Board to step out of that venue into that venue or not, but also the fact that they modified it and they didn't get the opportunity. So I think it's highly appropriate for it to go back to the Planning Commission for review again. But I know what you're saying. This is going on and on and on and on. So I think if it does go back to the Planning Commission again, that's it. No more. It needs to come back and we need to finalize it. That's my opinion.
And I did ask staff if that was the case, if the Buildings Appeal Board did modify some of the language from the Planning Commission's recommendations.
So just to respond to that, originally the Building Appeals Board and the Planning Commission bifurcated the job, and the items related to planning and zoning were addressed by the Planning Commission, and the items related to building were addressed by the Building Appeals Board. When it came to you, the Building Appeals Board asked that they have an opportunity to look at the document as a whole, and you agreed to send it back to do that. And as a result of that, they have made recommendations that are, so the report shows the original recommendations made by the Planning Commission, but it also shows proposed modifications by the Building Appeals Board. Both are shown. I think the objection of the Planning Commission was that they have not had an opportunity to address the changes to the planning items that were being proposed by the Building Appeals Board. And that's true, they have not had that opportunity.
In my recollection, just so that we're on the same page, when we brought it up to council, I felt like the Buildings Appeals Board said that they really didn't have a time to review their side after they worked on it jointly with the Planning Commission. That was their issue, and we didn't send it back with the intent for them to review the whole guidelines. We just wanted them to review their part. So I just want to make that clear that we didn't go back and wanted the Buildings Appeals Board to look at the whole guidelines, if I'm correct. I don't know if, I know I don't want to get into but I just want to make sure that there was a clear direction by council. But with that said, if they looked at the whole pack as a whole, do we want to send it back to Planning Commission and look at the whole packet as a whole?
Mayor Lara, I think my concern was, and I sent an email to Mr. Clark, was to have the planning chair and the BAB chair here so that we could ask them questions about how they came to their conclusions and their responses in this. Because again, I'm reading one text and it says to do this, and I read another text and it says to do this, and it's like, whose text am I supposed to read? So I didn't know. I think there was a mixing of the jurisdiction over as to what each body was supposed to do. And I also think that could be given to us with a little more clarity as to each section that they were, one had section 9, one had section 10, and actually what section pertains to that, and then what their responses were into those distinct areas. That would help me. So I have no problem sending it back to planning, much less my recommendation might be to get planning and the BAB together in a joint session and let them hammer this out, so when it comes back to us, it's clear, concise, and ready for us to review and to work on.
Okay, there's another option. Councilmember Wyrick?
Yes, I think a couple things need to be said. What I had heard, maybe I didn't hear it right, was that the Building Appeals Board didn't feel like they had an opportunity to look at the complete staff report. They felt that they needed that opportunity. And it really didn't have anything to do with the Planning Commission per se. It was just that mainly what I heard was they hadn't had a chance to deliberate over the complete staff report. Now, I could be wrong about that, but that's what I heard from the Building Appeals Board. And so I thought it was appropriate that they do have a chance to respond to the full staff report. I think that's pretty simple. On the issue of different points of view, I think that this council needs to accept that we have two a commission and a board, both advising us. And if they don't agree, that's fine. That's our job. If there are specific points that need to be resolved by our deliberation and choice, so be it. So I would caution against saying that the outcome we want before we move forward is agreement between the board and the commission. I think you give opportunity for both to deliberate fully and to delineate, as staff has done in this report, what the differences are, and then we have to make our choices. All right? And then the last thing I want to say really quickly is I would say that given that we're talking about housing and potentially what doesn't meet the standard for a second unit non-conforming permit, is subject to, you know, pretty dire consequences ultimately, including demolition. And remember that the part of the Building Appeals Board is also a Housing Appeals Board. And within the building code, California, but between the California Building Code, in the California Building Code is a reference to a Housing Appeals Board reviewing, looking at being an appeal process for anything affecting, say, demolition or the stock of housing. That's in the building code for the state of California. So I think the best path forward is to say that we welcome comments from either the commission or the Building Appeals Board. If they feel like the commission needs to further deliberate, so be it. Fine. But I don't think this artificial jurisdictional barriers in this situation serves us well. I think we have, the Planning Commission should be free to comment however they want to. They get one more deliberation process, and then it comes back to us and we resolve the differences.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem Blatz?
I totally agree with the concept that they ought to be able to comment on anything. But when I read through this, and there's been, I wouldn't say an exorbitant amount of comments by the appeals board. I mean, I think for the most part, they've accepted the language that was put forth by the Planning Commission, with some exceptions. But for instance, if the Planning Commission wrote this ordinance and the appeals board now has these changes, well, the Planning Commission thought the way it was written originally was correct. And the Buildings Appeals Board has suggested these modifications. In my opinion, neither one of them is correct at this point because we haven't had a chance to deliberate over it. But just as an example, which is one that it's shortened to the point, so that's why I use it as an example. In the Planning Commission's section on timing on 3-12, in the last sentence it says, applications filed after this date or deemed complete after this date will not be processed. Okay, that's a pretty definitive statement. And the Building Appeal Board said they recommend that all applications submitted by the termination date be eligible. Well, the Planning Commission clearly says that applications filed after the date or deemed complete after the date shall not be processed. That's a pretty, that's a very distinctive statement. And the Appeals Board simply says they recommend, instead of that language, just say that all applications submitted by the termination date be eligible. Well, I don't know why we have to get any more comment on that. That's a pretty straightforward paragraph for us to say which one do we like, or a combination of both. And I found that throughout this whole process here. So it seems as though the Planning Commission has given us what they think is correct. The Building Appeals Board has now suggested these modifications. Now it's going to go back to the Planning Commission to comment on the suggested modifications. And then what is it going to be? That the Building Appeals Board is going to want to look at the suggested, I mean, this can go out ad infinitum. Whereas I think we're intelligent enough to be able to deal with it the way we have it in front of us.
I think that the point of view, and I do agree with that, and I thought that that's why, as a staff report, this was pretty good. But at the same time, I do want to give the Planning Commission an opportunity, because a lot of the comments that the Building Appeals Board did was on their section 10, and they never were able to comment on section 9 of the guidelines. So with that said, I know that the language, they're going to disagree. They disagree. It's up to us to decide. But we should give them a equal say on the whole packet, if they have comments on section 9, on Title 9. Any other?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, yeah, what you're saying is they didn't get, it wasn't a level playing field as far as feedback went. It's how the process unfolded again. That the Building Appeals Board stepped out of what they were assigned to do and redlined the work of the commission's assignment. But the Planning Commission didn't step outside of their assigned duties and redline the Building Appeals Board's work. So it kind of sounds petty and tit for tat, but I think it's a real important point that we need to have clear guidelines and defined guidelines about what is the purview of a certain board or a certain commission, and that we stay within those. And I think that's primarily the objection of the Planning Commission, is that, this seemed, where'd this come from? This was not what they were assigned to do, and they're redlining our work, and now we don't even get a chance to comment on what they redlined. It's just messy.
It's an opportunity, Mayor, to provide more information.
Yeah.
That's all I look at.
I'd look at it at that. So with that said, am I hearing for the majority of the council would kick it back down to the Planning Commission for their last review? Yeah, if I could go down the line and see.
Yes, and that's it. Then it comes to us, and they look at everything, the way the Building Appeals Board looked at everything. I don't agree with your assessment on jurisdiction. That's not what I read in the code, but let's not argue that. Let's say everybody, wisdom means getting all available information, hopefully. That's the basis of it. So let's get all available information one more time, and then we will decide on the differences.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, we are going to send it back to the Planning Commission, but I know there's some people that came specifically for this item, so I do want to give those people the opportunity to voice their concerns or suggestions or questions about the staff report. So I'll turn it back, and if you could please state your name, because I don't actually have any speakers cards, but I'll allow for public comment.
Jack Smart, Ojai resident. If you do vote on postponing it, I beg of you to word it in such a way that, like Paul just said, that the appeals board doesn't need to see what they say and go back and forth for another few months.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Yes. Commissioner Zabalia.
Getting there.
Zabala.
Zabilla.
Sorry, I'm terrible with names tonight.
We're going to practice together.
Yes. Rosalie.
Don't do that. Let's just stick with the last name. I just want to make it let's just be really clear about how this process came about. We had a joint meeting, and in that joint meeting, it was determined that Building Appeals Board would only deal with Section 9. Planning Commission would only deal with Section 10. This is how the public process evolved. We had members of the public who came to our meeting and let us know what was important to them. Presumably, the same thing happened with the stuff that Building Appeals Board did with Section 9. To then have the Building Appeals Board, who did not have the benefit of being at that meeting and sitting in front of those people, and that you cannot guarantee that those people, that the Building Appeals Board watched every second of testimony that we heard from the public, that they then go and make revisions to what we did without benefit of that testimony, and then to say, well, we can't bifurcate the process. We did. That's how we set it up. That's how the public heard it. The Building Appeals Board's minutes reflected they were finished. We reflected that we were finished. It was supposed to go to the City Council. It was the interruption of the Building Appeals Board that buggered up this whole process, or we would be done by now. So, yes, we can disagree, but they have complicated the process by stepping outside of what we all originally agreed to do. And when you collaboratively make a decision to do a process one way, it's inappropriate to unilaterally change it. And now we have a mess, and now we have more time wasted. So let's just remember how we got here and not make it more complicated than it really is. It needs to go back to planning because we're the ones who heard what the people had to say 6 months ago.
Great. Thank you. Any other comment? Yes. You can please state your name for the record.
Yes, I'm Dale Hansen, and I live in the city of Ojai, and I'm a proud member of the Building Appeals Board. On April 13th, we received from the city manager a recommendation that we, each of the identified policy questions is recommended that the Buildings Appeal Board vote on whether to support the draft guidelines as written or to propose a change to the guidelines. That's what we were supposed to do, and that's what we did. And I don't have a problem if the Planning Commission wants to see it again and go over it. My only desire in this is that the residents are met with the easiest and least expensive way to get their units complied with. And also, I'm adding this as a sideline, I hope those units are not then used for vacation rentals, because that was not the purpose. It's for low-income housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to comment on this item? Yes.
Scott Eicher, resident of Ojai. I think it should go back to the Planning Commission, solely because of what I've read in the report here shows that so often what the Building Appeals Board recommends is diametrically opposed to what the Planning Commission had worked to put into their report. And so if there's a reason for that obvious dichotomy, then they need to discuss it. It's not correct, as Rosalie said, for someone to unilaterally step in and remark someone else's work that they've already worked on for 6 months. So I urge you to send it back to the Planning Commission just one more time.
Great. Any other comments? We already did one comment. Yeah. Just because we are pressed with time and we're trying to get through more items. With that, I'm going to turn it back to council to see what we decide. I mean, I'm hearing just in general, if I could take a strong pull, is that we're on favor of sending it back to the Planning Commission with the condition that it only go to the Planning Commission one more time and then to come to us for
Correct.
Final.
And they have an opportunity, and I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Go,
Yeah, I would say my additional conditions would be that they certainly feel comfortable with looking at it all. And number two, I want to put a time limit on it.
Yeah.
I don't want this to come back 3-4 months later. I want this to be a priority, that this council directs the planning commission to make this a priority and take it up at the first available opportunity.
Yeah. And I will note that and put it on the agenda.
Okay.
Yes. Any other further comments? The staff, do you understand our direction? All right, great. Thank you, guys. Moving on to item number 4. The appeal of the Planning Commission approval of DRP-11-05 RV02, a revision to a previously approved design review permit for the Wild Tennis Academy at 428 Bryant's Circle. And I do believe that we have some recusals. So if we want to state that process, Mr. Summers?
I'd be happy to speak to that. The first item, of course, is that Councilmember Wyrick is one of the appellants, and under portion of Title 4 of Title 1, Chapter 4 of the Ojai Municipal Code, a council member who appeals a project for himself must recuse and not participate in the council's deliberation on the matter. Therefore, Councilmember Wyrick will be stepping off the dais and participating as an appellant, not as a council member. Additionally, I believe Councilmember Blatz was going to recuse himself as well.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. I do not have an actual conflict in this matter. However, because Mr. Weil and I have had a relationship in the past from a business standpoint, just because of the appearance of an impropriety, I'm going to recuse myself from this matter.
Okay, great.
And Mr. Mayor, then, if I could note that with 3 members of the council sitting to consider this item, action must be taken unanimously.
Great.
And a failure to take unanimous action would mean that the Planning Commission's decision stands.
Great, thank you. And with that, I'm going to turn to...
Could you repeat that last statement?
Sure. Because there's only 3 council members considering this item, and the council must act by resolution under Article 32 of Chapter 2 of Title 10, which is a zoning code section governing land use appeals. It requires that the council act by resolution, just as the Planning Commission acted by resolution. Government Code Section 36936 requires that the council, when acting by resolution, act by a vote of a majority of the members, not a majority of the quorum present. Here we have, the council has 5 members, the majority of the members is 3. 3 are present, thus 3 must vote.
Great. Great. With that said, I'm going to turn to staff for a report, then I'm going to turn it back to the appellates, and then also to the Wild Academy for their reasoning, their deliberation, and then we'll turn it back to the council. So with that, I'll entertain a staff report.
And thank you, Ms. Wold will be making that staff report.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. As you've indicated before you tonight is the appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of DRP 11-05 RV02, which is a revision to a previously approved design review permit for the Wild Tennis Academy at 428 Bryant Circle. This Planning Commission did approve this modification to the DRP on March 18th, 2015, and within the 15-day appeal period allotted for an appeal to be filed, there were 2 filed with the city clerk, one from Joseph and Linda Clark, and the other one by William Wyrick. In your staff report on page 4-2, the staff notes that the Clark appeal is based on the grounds that the Planning Commission erred in its discretion to approve the project, as the proposed use of the Wild Academy will negatively impact the surrounding neighborhood, specifically their property. The second appeal was from Mr. Wyrick, and he cites the general contention that the Planning Commission did not consider mitigation, inadequacy for parking impacts, noise impacts, cultural resources impacts, and called for in the city's general plan and municipal code. I'm going to try to paraphrase this rather lengthy, long staff report for you and just go issue by issue. So on page 4-3, we see the entitlements that have been, and there's a matrix there in your staff report, that have been approved for this project. And on page 4-2, which is the, going backwards, is the project description that was approved. So those 2 are very key elements because this project description has not been modified. In other words, the use that was approved continues to have validity and not be altered. We're just talking about changing design review issues. I want to point out that that the first issue that is a concern is the permit still active? And I will note that the Municipal Code Section 10-2.2015 requires that a design review permit be exercised within 1 year. And the applicant did so. He received a building permit for the Phase 1 of the project on June 27th, 2013. So with that, he has exercised his original entitlements, and we move on to the next issue, which is the phasing plan. The Municipal Code Section 10-2.3202A2BI allows for a project to be phased. And it goes down on to say that the applicant did act in reliance on the phasing plan approved by the Community Development Director applying for a building permit for just Phase 1 within the first 1 year time period, did so. And within 180 days after the approval of the, this was within the 180 days after the approval of the original DRP. The applicants diligently pursued and completed Phase 1, and then applied for a modified design review permit for Phase 2, this permitted issue that you're talking about tonight, within 180 days of the completion of Phase 1, well within the phasing plan specified 12 months to begin Phase 2 after completion of Phase 1. So we feel that there's not an issue still remaining as far as either the inauguration of this permit, the fact that the permit is active, or the phasing of the permit. So I'll move on to the next issue, which would be parking. And we have provided for you in the back of this packet the parking demand study, which clearly indicates what was analyzed, what parking was needed for this project as it was originally approved, and then the modifications subsequent to that don't really alter it below what the demand was established or identified in the parking study, which is that they concluded that the peak demand is really at 10 a.m. in the morning, and the parking study indicates that existing what's on site already and plus the project peak demand are forecast at 21 parking spaces for the tennis academy. So it's very clear that that's what the study came up with, and so we just like to point out for you in all this narrative on parking that what it really amounts to is that the project is fully parked as it operates on a day-to-day basis, but that the issue really becomes identified when is there enough parking for this one annual tennis tournament, which is identified in the original project description, and that is mitigated through the condition number 14, which requires the applicants to secure off-site parking for this one and only tournament, tennis tournament, which is provided for in their CUP. So they are fully parked as an ongoing business day to day, and they have a condition which addresses the additional impacts of having this annual tennis tournament. So with that, we feel that there are really no unidentified or adverse impacts to parking. Moving on to noise. We'd like to just indicate that there's been some change in how the noise has been regarded from when it first was approved under the DRP and how it has been modified. And as we state in the very first paragraph here that activities conducted on a public playground or private or public school grounds, including but not limited to athletic and school entertainment events, are exempt from Chapter 11 of Title 5, which is the noise ordinance. And so while we add that for information for you, we also provide that the project as it was, when it was first approved, did have a full analysis of the noise impacts. And on page 4 or 9 of your staff report, in the part of the text which is narrower, kind of defined out exactly what was said in that initial study and how it was reviewed. And with that, we just say that both appellants have raised a noise issue, contending in part that the general plan's requirement for consideration of additional mitigation measures for noise impacts on sensitive receptors was not complied with. And as quoted above and stated above, the original development project was evaluated for noise impacts despite its exemption, and the noise study concluded that the project would have less than significant impacts due to noise, even during the annual tennis tournament, and thus taking into account nearby sensitive receptors. So again, we just feel that that's kind of resolved the noise issue. And then moving on to the next issue, which is cultural resources. We do point out that an archaeological investigation of Phase 1 dated April 11th, 2011 was submitted by the applicant as part of the original approval and incorporated into the initial study and the environmental document. And that that Phase 1 concluded that the site does not have any known cultural resources there'll be no effects to off-site cultural resources, as the project will be solely on-site. And with that said, I think that there are existing mitigations and conditions. Condition number 33, which incorporates kind of our standard monitoring requirement above and beyond we put on everything, that's, just to protect at any point there might be the potential. And so then I know this permit revocation is a little out of order here, but it really gets down to there was a concern about whether or not we could revoke a permit or revoke a CUP for non-compliance or some kind of issue or violation. And we just cite in this, we've gone through I think in the staff report as very detailed on what you can and cannot do as far as revocation. And in this case, it just identifies that there's no evidence that this applicant has not complied with existing conditions in his operation of the academy, nor evidence of material misrepresentation by the applicant, and no evidence that the use has become a nuisance, and is thus, would be kind of difficult to revoke her permit, because those are what the code provides for if you really have issues to revoke. And finally, we just get into the environmental review and why the environmental review was conducted the way it was, and very specifically, CEQA provides when, under section 15162, when you need to have an additional review of a project, and it's, it's kind of speaks to both an EIR and a negative DAC, but it talks about, I won't elaborate this, but it talks about, whether there's a change in the project or a change in the environments or some known issue that a mitigation isn't working, or it's not, in some reason, there has to be some reason for us to open back the CEQA. In this case, we've identified none of those reasons. We provide for you the changes in the next matrix, the changes of which the project's really doing, and really gets down to mostly architectural changes. And finally, again, it's the basic changes are a proposed 1,250 square foot addition to the main building instead of the previous approved one-story entrance with associated architectural and design changes, and the elimination of an 1,850 square foot field house. So in addition to all these that have been mentioned here, the applicant did agree to lower the lights on the tennis courts from 35 to 22 feet. So with that, I think we've kind of addressed all the issues as far as the appeal, and maybe some explanation as to why the project was processed by just looking at the modifications to the project and not the project as a whole. And with that, we have provided in this beginning of the staff report 4 different options for the city council to consider. In other words, we didn't really come up with an option for whether we feel like, to either deny the appeal or approve the appeal. I think after taking testimony, we've provided enough options here that if you feel that you need to send it back down for there to be some further review by the Planning Commission, we have all those available to you tonight. And so I think that really concludes, and I hope that kind of is a brief summary of all the issues and how we feel we addressed each one.
Great. Any questions for staff? I do have a question. In terms of vested rights, could you explain exactly what vested rights the Wild Academy has in this instance?
Do you want me to do that, or you want to do it?
I'm happy to provide my recommendation on that in my assessment of that issue, which is that the Wilds have a vested right to the use authorized by the CUP, which is the tennis academy, X number of courts, X number of students, X number of staff, and those associated conditions, which include 1 tennis tournament per year. That is built in, that was what was approved by the CUP. The CUP was approved on January 10th, 2012. but not effective until the zone change was modified because, as you may recall, this project was originally approved without the appropriate zone change. That was done with a resolution and not an ordinance. That was fixed 6 months later. So the final effective date for the first set of approvals is July 13th, 2012. That then, within 1 year, by pulling the building permit on June 27th, 2013, while exercise the CUPs, the rights granted by the CUP, and my recommendation is that that is vested, that then the next issue becomes the design review permit. The design review permit was again exercised by pulling the building permit for phase 1 within that 1 year of the effective date of the first set of project approvals, being the effective date of the zone change ordinance, July 13, 2012. And this is laid out in that table on page 4.3. Then, and you'll note in the gap between that effective date and about 6 months later, he applied for the first revision to the design review permit. That was done within 6 months of the original approval, or within 1 year of within 1 year of the zone change's effective date, both of which qualify as both diligently pursuing his project, given the standard 180-day deadline between each phase in a project built into Article 32, Article 30, I believe, and the design review permit's 1 year requirement for exercising and continuing to exercise the permit. So he exercised it within that.
With phase 1.
Yeah, so exactly.
Okay.
He exercised that phase 1. Then, because he pulled a building permit for part of what was approved by his design review permit, he has a vested right to complete what was done, approved by that building permit. That's the AVCO case.
Yeah. And that's, and you're talking now about phase 2?
Well, I'm going to get there. So, that building permit, as I understand it, has been completed. The inspection card is in your packet. So his vested right under the AVCO case to what was approved by that building permit has been already built. But by by pulling the building permit and diligently pursuing the completion of the projects authorized it, he has kept alive his original DRP. And that was again approved first in January 2012, but not effective until the zone change in July 13th, 2012, revised again January 22nd, 2013. He pulled his building permit, exercising the DRP, and then he kept it alive by keeping the project going pursuant to his phasing plan, which was approved by the previous community development director, Rob Mullane. Now, as it was described in the staff report, the approval of that phasing plan was also done clunkily. The code requires that a phasing plan be approved.
Excuse me, Mr. Summers, when you say clunkily, was that, or clunkily?
Clunkily.
Or was that illegally?
Well, it was not in strict compliance with the code, but my assessment is that a reviewing court considering this issue would give the benefit of the doubt to the applicant.
Okay.
And the reason being that the code requires that the reviewing authority approve any phasing plan.
So
the reviewing authority...
Is that under AVCO too, that could be done?
No. The AVCO case just focuses on whether or not a building permit, it stands for the proposition that a building permit once issued only gives you a vested right to complete whatever's approved by that building permit. Mm-hmm. And the AVCO case and the several cases that follow it also generally arise out of the case where you had an intervening change in zoning requirements. And someone was trying to use a building permit trying to use a land use permit issued for a project to trump a later change in the zoning that made the project illegal by relying on the building permit for phase 1 to accomplish phase 2. That doesn't work, but that's not what the applicant has sought to do here. Here he's relying on the building permit as exercising the DRP, then the phasing plan to maintain the DRP's effectiveness. And on that issue, Councilmember Haney, the code requires that the phasing plan be approved by the review authority, which in this case was the Planning Commission for the DRP. However, if the approval had dotted every I and crossed every T, the Planning Commission would have approved a phasing plan as either part of the original approvals or else at a separate action. Okay. To my knowledge, that was not done. Instead,
well, these are two separate issues I want to ask you. This one is the way that the phasing happened. Is you're bringing you're letting us know that the way that was done, in your opinion, is legal.
Yeah.
And what I asked before was what is their vested rights actually?
Well, if you stitch the vested rights issue and the phasing plan issue, then I guess the bottom line conclusion is the applicants have a vested right to build what was approved under the original CUP and under the first revision of the DRP, and as long as they do so within 180 days of your final action tonight or another night. In other words, by first exercising the permit within the 1 year, then by keeping it alive, first through diligently pursuing the building permit, then through following the phasing plan, they have kept that permit alive, which means that their approval under the original DRP is still valid, and they thus have a right to
So the
build that.
original approval is still valid. What they're modifying, though, isn't valid.
Well, it was approved.
Is going back because the design itself is changing once prior to getting the original DRP. Is that true, or am I not?
In other words, my assessment of it is that because the original approval is valid, they can build, if the planning commission's decision to approve the modifications is reversed by the council, then they could go and build what was originally approved. It wouldn't be forced to build nothing. Okay. So in other words, the choice is between affirming the planning commission's approval of the modifications, then they would be able to build what they've sought to modify, or else denying the planning commission's approval of the modifications, and they could build what was originally approved, as long as they do so within 180 days.
Okay. So that modification, though, would that trigger something else? Would that trigger another type of protocol? In terms of, would it take away their vested rights then?
Well, the modification wouldn't really take away their vested rights. Rather, it would be an approval to modify that which they have a right to do. They don't have a right to the modification. They have a right to ask for the modification.
Because it says clearly in your staff report that a vested rights, applicants successfully exercise all original approval entitlements, including the first version of the design review permit. Under the APCO, it says if a property owner has performed subsequent work and incurs substantial liabilities in good faith reliance upon a permit issued by the government, which is in this terms the
CUP and the original DRPs.
The CUP would be classified as a vested as a permit issued by governments that would allow for.
Yes.
A CUP would?
The CUP allows the use, the design review permits allow the design of the building.
Okay, but the actual, they're two separate things in my opinion. The CUP is the use, I understand that. So they could always come up, any issue could always go with the whole concept of the CUP, but the design review is completely different because it's actually the structure, the permit that gives the applicant the opportunity to build that structure.
Right.
Right? So to me, there's two separate things. So I'm just trying to make sense of the vested rights and what exactly, because one of the appellates is arguing that was misinterpreted. So
right.
I figure that's a logical place to look at this whole appeal in order for us to make the right determination for the following items.
And I think you're right in terms of starting with the vested rights. If your assessment of the vested rights issue is in line with the appellants, then the Planning Commission would have to consider the DRP as a new project. And if your assessment is that, or your decision is that the permit was not, the existing approved DRP is not a vested right for the applicant, then the choice is between what was originally approved, which could be approved by the Planning Commission, or what was approved as modified by affirming the Planning Commission's decision, or if you denied that and took the position that that you denied it in finding that there's no right to anything, then the project would be dead. Okay.
Well, and furthermore, you do cite a second case. It says, in this case, the court held on the house on 4-4, second paragraph, it says, you talk about the courthouse plaza versus the city of Palo Alto. And you say, in this case, the court held that in a applicant did not have a vested right to complete the second phase of a phase project when he applied for and was issued a building permit for only the first phase of the project. And then it further states that this case, I believe that this case would control if the appellate had not complied with Article 32. So that's another question I have. Does that give you vested rights just because you compiled with the article?
If you continue to exercise the permit, Article 32 governs the time limits to continue exercising your rights under a permit and the extension process, if you need to extend those rights. In other words, I think the Courthouse Plaza case is distinguishable from this situation and thus would not likely be relied on by a court reviewing this if this went to litigation. Because in Courthouse Plaza, there were two phases approved. There was 2 phases for a project, and they applied for, it was a tower, a 10-story tower. They applied for and received a building permit to build the first 4 stories. Then the city enacted a height limit that blocked higher floors. They tried to trump the height limit by asserting that they had a building permit issued for the original appeal, for the original approval. And the court said, no, your building permit was issued for the first 4 stories. You built those 4 stories, that's what you get. In this situation, there's been no intervening change in the zoning ordinance. Nothing in the zoning ordinance has changed that prohibits the Wiles project.
But could it only be zoning changes that could prohibit a design review from being looked at again, or?
Well, a design review permit only considers things in the zoning code. So I think it would have to be something in the zoning code. Although I'll note that any change in the building code, the second building permit will have to comply with.
So in essence, just to get an idea, that anybody could possibly redo their design review however they want and have a vested right. Well, and because there's no zoning.
It's not that they can redo it, it's that they have the right, that the permit hasn't previously expired. And so in other words, this isn't quite the same situation as was dealt with in a number of those cases where they had a building permit issued, then a zone change, and then they tried to trump the zone change with the second building, with the original approvals. Here, the issue is whether or not he adequately kept going with the permits, adequately kept the project alive. And that's where I'm looking to the AVCO cases and the ones that have discussed this issue to help understand the issue, but there isn't really a case directly on point. Okay. In that regard, the focus is on, to some extent, it's the same issue. It's not just 2 issues: the vested rights and the phasing plan.
Because I know I want to get it clarified before the end of the night. Yeah, I'm sure I'm going to go back and move to the appellates, the ones that raise this issue. But I do want to make sure I get that clarified, because I think whether we know what's vested or not vested is going to affect our decision on the options that staff provided. And that's going to add clarity to what we're allowed to do and what we're not allowed to do. And so I'm just a little confused about what exactly that means and how the analysis is being presented to us. With that said, I'm going to ask other council members if they have any more questions on any of the staff report. No. The applicants? Okay, the appellates. And if you, the clerks?
My name is Joe Clark. I live at 520 Buckboard Lane. This project directly affects our property. I filed an appeal on the appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of DRP 11-05-RV02. And I'm taking the position of number 4, which I would like uphold the appeal and remand DRP 11-05-RV02 back to the Planning Commission for further review of the many aspects of this project. This project has been flawed from the beginning, and the city has allowed it to go forward. Speaking further to this is my attorney, Susan Bachan.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Susan Basham. I'm an attorney with Price, Bostell & Parma in Santa Barbara. And I've never addressed your board before, so I'm very happy to be here tonight. And I appreciate you staying here very late to take up this matter. As Mr. Clark said to you, he filed his appeal based on impacts primarily to his property, but there is a long history here. Staff has noted for you that there's a long history. And the Wild Tennis Academy has passed through numerous hands, numerous other decisions, numerous other minds within the city, and we are not asking you to rewrite history. What we are asking you to do is focus today on the most recent determination by the Planning Commission concerning the modifications to the design review permit. And as Mr. Clark told you, of the 4 options, we urge the 4th, which would remand the matter to the Planning Commission for further consideration in light of the various issues we're going to raise tonight. We do disagree with staff's narrow recommendation that the remand would be limited to any particular aspect of this project, because we believe that under the circumstances, the project as a whole is affected by the modification to the design review permit, and therefore Planning Commission should not be restricted in its review. A little background here. The Clarks bought their house, moved into their house in 1999, but it was built in the early 1980s as part of the Persimmon Hill project, Persimmon Hill Tract. And there is no residential property that's more directly affected by the Wild Tennis Academy. They are literally a stone's throw. And when they moved into their house, there was nothing on that property but an office building that Mr. Wild then began to modify for his purposes. So this has been a very long process for them, and understandably one in which they have wished for a better response at different points in time. The adjacency of their property makes them a particularly important appellant here, but there are issues that affect the community as a whole, and other people would be raising some of those tonight. The reasons why the Planning Commission did not correctly reach the question of mitigation for the Clark property can be summed up in several points. And I would like to begin first with your favorite topic, vested rights. First, we disagree with the guidance that the city attorney provided to the Planning Commission at its decision-making meeting, which we understood was officially a recommendation that they need not look back or could not look back at the project as a whole, but needed to focus only on what was requested in the modification. We disagree with that because if you're asking to modify a project, you have the project in front of you. And any aspect of the project that's being modified necessarily has to be considered. We don't suggest that it's appropriate to go back and unwind history or remake decisions that have been made appropriately. But if you're making a modification to something that's already been decided, you naturally have to consider whether it affects the thing that was already voted on at another moment in time. And here we think there were some important nexus points that were missed in the process. The vested rights document, or vested rights doctrine, I should say, isn't what people seem to think it is. And I would just like to clarify it at sort of both ends of the spectrum. With due respect to council, we disagree strenuously that there has ever been a vested right in the original CUP, the DRP, or anything that was approved. The vesting occurs later in the process when a building permit is pulled, and as you pointed out in the Avco case, that is the fact pattern. What you have before substantial money has been spent, substantial work has been done, is something that we might consider, we might call, for needing a term for it, a matter of certainty. Not a promise of vested rights, but a reasonable reliance for the person who obtained the permit from the decision maker to proceed with that process that has been outlined for him or her, to go through the conditions of approval to try to achieve the fulfillment of the permit that was issued. But he does not have a right to the completion. He does not have a right to not have government go back and interfere. He does not have a right to prohibit anyone from changing some of what was already decided on the basis of his own request for a modification that comes in later. If he comes in for a modification later, he has to expect that the decision maker will go back and look at the decision that was made previously. He doesn't have a right to retain one thing and ask for a modification and then say, but he has a right to retain what he had. You can see the circle there. At the other end of the spectrum, though, I do want to say that we don't think, our firm does a lot of land use law, we've talked about this internally, we don't think that the opposite end of the spectrum would also be true, that that government, having made the decision to provide a conditional use permit or a design review permit, has the right to go back and reopen it entirely or undo it entirely. That's where the certainty comes in. You have a situation where the developer has an opportunity to proceed with a reasonable assumption that if he does everything you told him to do, go through the conditions of approval, pull a building permit, and go forward with construction, then he should have a right to have that use at the end of the day. The exercise of the building permit for one phase of a project does not vest a right to proceed with the entire project. Say it again. All we have here is a building permit for one phase of this project. There is nothing in that building permit that creates a right to go forward with any other phase of the project. I know your attorney has told you that Mr. Weil maintained his vested right, as he's referred to it, and we think it was not, simply by doing enough to keep his permits alive. We would suggest that he did not do enough, but that's really not the point here. And the point is that in this process, all he did under Article 32 was what was necessary to keep his project moving forward. It did not create a vested right. So moving forward simply meant you have to meet your deadlines. If you're going to have an expiration, you have to apply for an extension. He didn't actually do that. And so we get to the point of the discussion around what did his actual request for modification represent in the process. It was a request for a modification. It wasn't a request for renewal. It wasn't a request for an extension. It was none of those things. So when your attorney, I'm sorry?
No, come back.
When your attorney tells you that all of these things are somehow folded together to create this impression or this right, we disagree with that. We don't think that's what is on the table here. Finally, the action by the former community development director approving the phasing of the project was more than unorthodox, as it has been referred to in your staff report. It was invalid. It was entirely inconsistent with the city's requirement that the authority approving the entitlements is responsible for approving a phasing plan. And again, reading the staff report, you would think that, if you just read everything all together, you can get to the right result. But this is not a question of statutory construction. This is a question of what your ordinance says. It's a question of what is required under the circumstances. So if you choose to agree that the former planning director did an unorthodox thing, but that Mr. Weil reasonably relied on it, I would ask you to consider the fact that that letter that he wrote was a matter of public record. It was in the knowledge of the city's officials. And if he relied on it to his detriment, but he also relied on it in light of the fact that it was a public record and anyone could have come forward at that point in time to challenge it, and no one within the city did. Finally, I want to make a few comments about CEQA. I don't disagree entirely with staff. I do think CEQA is. I do a lot of CEQA work, and the CEQA guidelines are quite specific about when you reopen a prior CEQA determination, prior environmental review, and when you don't. And as staff indicated to you, there's some. It goes on for a while. Section 15162. But in this particular situation where you have a request for a modification to a project, and that modification is going to trigger changes in the project that was previously approved, we think it behooves the city to take the opportunity to reopen its environmental review and ask itself the very important question, do these modifications, as they affect the project as a whole, necessitate further environmental review? Because you want that on record. You want to have gone through a specific environmental process, not just simply reach the conclusion that because it's mostly architectural, it's mostly this, mostly that, probably we didn't need to. These are the kinds of cases that go up on appeal all the time. CEQA arguments are fertile ground, and while I'm not suggesting that we have one waiting in the wings for you here, it does raise a lot of questions that the city should be concerned about. The decision you're looking at here is deeply flawed. It was improperly narrowing the focus based on an incorrect reading of the law. in consideration of a request for a modification of a permit that technically had expired. There was legally insufficient environmental review. Mr. Weil had no right to proceed under an expired permit. His building permit gave him nothing vested except what it was issued for, and that was phase 1. He got the benefit of delay. Phasing is always a benefit to the developer. That's why they ask for phasing. He got the benefit of the delay, and that meant he had additional responsibility to meet. It meant he was essentially moving the vesting of his project to a different point in time. He doesn't get both benefits at the same time. The Clarks are prepared to exercise their legal remedies. They join their friends and neighbors seeking the full and fair assessment of this project that is required under Ojai Municipal Code, CEQA, and state land use and planning law. And in light of these flaws, we believe the most prudent course of action is to follow option 4. Thank you.
I'm going to move to Mr. Wywick.
I actually have some slides and our images to present. This is something new for me, to be at the podium and running. I guess we'll get there. Warm up here. You have to make sure I know what to do here. Okay. And so how do I get to the cursor? Just a mouse?
Yes,
okay.
so you just move this.
So my first one would be image 9. In reverse order.
And I'm just going to take this opportunity while they get everything set up that it is 10:30. We will not be able to get to the next 2 items, so we're going to have to table it to further agendas, just to make the public aware that we will not be getting to the other 2 items. You will finish this item, though.
Okay. Probably not. I come before you as an appellant because I'm concerned about the process. The attorney for the Clarks went through some of the issues with the process, and I think it's worthwhile to go through these fairly quickly because we've had situations where the process has been questionable. I think we know what several of those have been. We recently had one situation where a former city attorney, Mr. Fletcher, outlined in a memorandum that we had a building permit issued without proper process at a project up on North Signal, and admitted that, the problem was that the building permit was issued even though the process was flawed, and therefore the public interest had to be compromised, and there was nothing that any of us could do about it as elected officials are on any of the commissions. So we don't want that to occur. We want to make sure, I submit, that we make sure that the process is at the standard of practice as outlined by the code, and in that respect, as has already been mentioned by the counsel to the Clarks, and by the use of the word unorthodox by the staff report, there was a problem with what Mr. Mullane did in terms of how he handled the extensions and approvals. Let's start with time extensions, section 2.3203, 10-2.3203. Notice on number 2, if the matter is originally required a noticed public hearing, the director shall provide notice in compliance with Article 29 of this chapter having to do with any extensions whatsoever. I'm not aware of any public notice that was ever issued for an extension. So I'm not arguing. What I'm saying is that there is a cure here. There is a way to get this process properly done, and that's, as I will repeat again at the end of this presentation, to ask that the Planning Commission take it up again and try to get it right. Okay, let's see if I can get this. Rhonda, you want to help me in terms of... Are you going back to the... Yeah, I want to get back to choose the next one.
You might click on the bottom, the little arrows there.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the cursor. There it is. Had the wrong thing in front of me. Okay, there we go. I'm sorry. I'm like Chief Plot. Okay. On
he's nervous.
The next item, I think is important to look at. Again, this is our city code, and this is what we should be following. Notice that if there is a design review permit approval, then the permit should be exercised in compliance within 1 year. And there is a cure if there is any concern about whether or not the design review permit had expired. There is a cure, and again, funny I use that word again, it lies with the Planning Commission. Unless such approval is extended by the Commission for good cause, either before or after the expiration of such time limit. So if there is any issue about the time limits involved, we've got a way to make it absolutely clear, crystal clear and correct, and that is to go back to the Planning Commission, ask them to, if there's any issue of expiration, to act on it. They can act on it either before or after for good cause. Okay. Next, I want to point out that also in the rules of interpretation, and since there is a little bit of ambiguity here, if conflicts, according to the section 10-2.3302, if conflicts occur between the requirements of these zoning regulations or between these zoning regulations and other regulations of the city, the most restrictive shall apply. Again, there is some ambiguity about how to handle extensions. The most restrictive is supposed to apply. Now we move on to image 6. I'll blow it up a little bit. Again, I think it was instructed to read through the code since we already had admitted by the staff report that we have an unorthodox handling of things, not strictly according to the code with respect to Mr. Mullane. Notice the wording of this code. Modification of design review permit. Substantial revisions to an approved design review permit required by the provisions of this chapter, article, I don't think there's any question that we are talking about this, shall, not ought to be, will, shall be made in exactly the same manner as required by the provisions of this article for the original approval. Now, I think we have an attorney here that could come up and further explain what that means, but what I understand it to mean is that all of the scope of considerations that were associated with the original design review permit need to be included in the considerations for a modification. That's what it means in terms of shall be made in exactly the same manner. It doesn't mean, that you can decide that some aspects of what was the scope of consideration with the original design review permit can simply be carved out. Part of any consideration of a design review permit is clearly general plan consistency. Again, what does our code say? I went too far. Hopefully this is readable. Authority and general plan consistency. This is supposed to be part of the scope of any consideration of design review permit deliberation. All development within the city shall be consistent with the general plan. Period. So if there is any issue of a general plan consistency with respect to the design review permit modification, it should be included. It cannot be carved out. This includes, as I raised in my appeal, issues of general plan consistency with respect to noise, where irrespective to the issue of the exception for noise generation, there still is a requirement for looking at noise mitigation to sensitive areas, sensitive receptors, as the director just mentioned. You have the issue of cultural resources. I think there'll be testimony on that issue as well, that you have to have consistency with the general plan, as well as the issue of parking and traffic. And again, I'm not going to get into the details of that because I specifically am not asking this council to have any findings. I think what you're going to hear tonight is sufficient testimony that the best approach is to remand the Planning Commission and have another go at getting this right. It's worth mentioning that even without the applicant asking for modification, a land use entitlement may be modified per section 10-2.3402 if one or more of the conditions of the entitlement had been violated. And I think you might be hearing testimony about this. This is important because, and I just want to give, one example. There have been so many examples of case law on this issue. But just to give one example, one small example, it is well-established case law that a CUP issued cannot conflict with the general plan. I'm reading from a case now of Neighborhood Action Group versus County of Calaveras, 1984, where it says explicitly that although use permits are not explicitly made subject to the general plan meeting the requirements of state law, that condition is necessary to be implied from the hierarchical relationship of land use laws. You have to have, in other words, thus the validity of a conditional use permit, which is governed by zoning regulation, depends derivatively on the general plan's conformity with statutory criteria. When the adopted general plan, well, they're talking about an issue of lacking elements for the state law, but they are saying that when you have this hierarchy, the general plan's at the top of hierarchy, and to say that you cannot consider general plan issues when considering a design review permit, a modification, is clearly something not supported, at least by my read, of case law, whether it's a conditional use permit or anything else that is the basis of such a carve-out. So then we get to the issue of vesting. Staff instructed the Planning Commission, that they could not consider issues such as matters of general plan consistency because of vesting. And I would contend, and I would concur with the counsel to the Clark's appellant, that this view of vesting presented, first of all, contradicts the city code when the applicant is asking for a modification of the design review permit because the design review permit says you're supposed to do it according to the original conditions. The original scope is supposed to be consistent with any looking at any modification. The Planning Commission was given instruction that because of vesting, they could not do that. It's clear, I think, from what and I concur again with counsel for the Clarks, that pulling a building permit for Phase 1 does not provide an entitlement for the applicant to be insulated from conditions approval for Department for Design Review Permit modification applying to subsequent phases. I want to read some quotes because it's best for you to hear from authorities, not just me. This is from a couple of quotes from a California Coastal Commission staff report in 2004 that cited other cases. Quote, "The burden of proof is on the claimant to substantiate the claim of vested right." Title 14, California Code of Regulations, Section 13200. I haven't seen that occurring. "If there are any doubts regarding the meaning or extent of the vested rights exemption, they should be resolved against the person seeking the exemption." Urban Renewal Agency versus Coastal Zone Conservation Commission, 1975. "A narrow as opposed to expansive view of vested rights," which I contend what we have heard here, "should be adopted to avoid seriously impairing the government's right to control land use policy." Charles A. Pratt Construction Company versus California Coastal Commission, 1982. Santa Clara Law Review, Volume 28, Number 2, Article 7, quote, "Likewise, courts reject preliminary permits as being government actions sufficient to create a vested right to complete planned improvements." McCarthy versus California Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, 1982. "The general rule governing preliminary permits in California is that any work performed on a project pursuant to the permit will vest rights to complete only that stage of the work." McCarthy and Courthouse Plaza versus Palo Alto, 1981. Loyola of Los Angeles Law Review, quote, titled 1989, "This Land is Your Land, or Is It? Making Sense of Vested Rights in California." California courts have held consistently that absent a building permit, the government cannot be stopped from taking actions to defeat the contemplated construction of a particular improvement. This is true regardless of how precise and limited the conditional use permit, zoning, or other preliminary approvals may be, or how substantial and detrimental the reasonable reliance by the developer is on these approvals. Referencing Avco, the article goes on to say, the court concluded that no vested right existed under common law principles because building permits had not been obtained, and some more detail. Quoting Curtin's California Land Use and Planning Law, 31st edition, page 105. There is no vested right to develop until actual building or other permits for identifiable buildings have been issued and substantial work has been done thereafter in reliance on those permits.
William?
Yes.
You made your point.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Okay. Let me make one more point. Page 304. A property...
And I do want to refrain, I do, it is in the appellate, so I'd rather let him finish, whoever it is.
Let me move on.
With the statement.
The issue becomes about matters relied upon by Mr. Mullane in terms of what might have been written or said to the applicant. A property owner cannot rely on written statements made by a public official unless that official is authorized to make those statements. No government, whether state or local, is bound to any extent by an officer's acts in excess of his authority. That's from Horsemen's Benefit and Benevolent and Protective Association versus Valley Racing Association, 1992. So clearly, I think, I would contend that case law clearly states that a CUP does not create a vesting except under possibly very narrow circumstances, that, in other words, especially under a request to modify the design review permit. People versus County of Kern, unless the owner possesses all the necessary permits, the mere expenditure of funds or commencement of construction does not vest any rights in the development. To boil this down, I'm really almost done. I'm starting to get hot, so I'm going to take my... I haven't done this before. New experience. All right, moving back to the last four images, and I am almost done. Image one. I found this training program, nice slide that could be by a Mr. David L. Kogan, just giving that for reference in terms of he's talking about doing a training program on advanced zoning and land use in California. Notice his slide here. The Avco rule. In a multi-phase development project, the vested right only extends to those phases of the project constructed under a permit and not to the entire project as a whole. And of course, that's a training program. What I'd like to next offer up for council consideration is a statement in a development agreement manual done by the Institute for Local Self-Government, which is an affiliate of the League of California Cities to which we belong. They're specifically talking about development agreement because California is a absolutely early vesting, a late vesting state, very late vesting state. It's known for that, and after Avco and other cases came after Avco, the legislature provided a remedy for issues of certainty that developers want in multiple phases, and that's a development agreement. There was no development agreement in this situation. Not been asked for, hasn't been done. And so, therefore, we have the following summary by this body, including Mr. David L. Larson, City Attorney, and this is the last slide, which I think pretty much summarizes the vesting issue, which on top of the matter of the unorthodox issue of approvals, summarizes everything that I've said by this body. When does one acquire a vested right to proceed with development free from additional regulatory constraints? Ordinarily, a project proponent acquires a vested right to complete construction when the proponent has 1. Obtained all permits necessary for the proposed structure, performed substantial work on that permit, incurred substantial liabilities based on those approvals, but look at the bottom, which I think is particularly important. A project proponent cannot acquire a vested right under an invalid permit, even if substantial expenditures have been made in good faith. I would contend there is an issue in terms of the design review permit extensions that needs to be remedied by Planning Commission action. The rights that vest through reliance on the building or other permit cannot be greater than those specifically granted by the permit itself. In other words, pulling a building permit for phase 1 does not create any additional vesting beyond the construction of that phase. For example, perfection of a vested right for one phase of a multi-phase project does not create a vested right to build subsequent phases. So I think particularly under the situation of the unorthodox handling of matters by Mr. Mullane, by the issue of a promulgation of what I would submit to you as a narrow vesting and very early vesting interpretation as opposed to what seems to be what other authorities say is in fact a late vesting state of law in California, that the best path forward is to not penalize either the public interest or the wilds in this matter, but to ask the Planning Commission to take it up again without prejudice, do it over, and try to get it right and get all the findings done, cross the T's, dot the I's, do it right. That's all that I'm asking for. Thank you.
I'm going to have the Wild Academy come up and present, or any remarks, comments, or any presentation that you guys might have.
Where do I start? I'm in a state of shock, I got to tell you. As I was when I received news that a sitting councilman was going to appeal our approved project. This report by your city attorney that you hired is definitive. This is not a close call. This is not, well, I'm not really sure, but we could go either way. This is definitive. Did we all read the same report? The unorthodox and the words irregular refer to Rob Mullane accepting the phasing instead of the Planning Commission. The phasing is not unorthodox. The phasing is completely normal. It was agreed upon for financial reasons. We have rights, whether they're vested or not. How are you going to get financing if you can't assure your bank that we're going to be able to complete our project? This whole smokescreen by Mr. Wyrick, who I've never met, by the way, who didn't reach out to me and say, wow, Mark, you guys, we've got to really clean up some things, so I'm going to do this thing, but be careful, don't worry, we're not against you. Nothing like that. He came at me just as he did tonight, where you had to say, hey, calm down, calm down. This is way overkill. This is almost personal. It feels that way. I mean, I'm really disturbed. This is so personal and so much of an attack, and it's so improper and so irregular that I don't know what to tell you. I had some things I wanted to say, but I'm dumbfounded. We've got Clarence Darrow here trying to rebuke everything that your city attorney just told you in a report, a very detailed report. So the councilman throws all kinds of smoke so that, of course you're going to be confused. We're all confused, citing all this manuals and BS that doesn't mean anything. It's not law. You can interpret law, as you know, in many different ways. Everybody looks at it a little differently, but there are specific things that we have done that we were directed to do. We didn't direct planning. We never told planning, hey, this is what we're going to do. We never told city staff, this is what we're going to do. We were directed to do the phasing like this. We were directed to complete the studies on parking, traffic, sound, noise, everything. Archaeology. Look at our file. It's this thick. We need to go back and deliberate. There are many questions, Ms. Basham said, many questions that we need to reopen, but she stated no questions. There were none that what questions are they? There are none. He said the substantial modifications. There are no substantial modifications. Did anyone read that these were cosmetic changes to the building? We are not saying, we were going to build tennis courts, but now we're going to build a nuclear silo. That's what we're going to do now. That would be substantial. I would say, you know what? We need to look at the environmental impacts on that. That's a different thing. These are tennis courts built next to tennis courts, next to an industrial building. I don't know. We are not adjacent to anybody's property. We are within a stone's throw, but we're not adjacent. We can also, I met with the Clarks several times. We're going to meet again, talking about maybe a wall or maybe something to mitigate sound and the light. That's it. That's all this is about. This is not about cultural resources. This is not about traffic. There's no traffic. The Ojai tennis tournament, does anybody have a traffic plan for that? You know what I say to that plan is? Lots of traffic. We want lots of traffic in Ojai, right? During the Ojai tournament, because then Bonnie Lou's is filled, and Agave Maria is filled, and the inn and all the hotels are filled, and everything's fantastic, right? Good traffic plan, I say. Again, to pick on us about no parking, plenty of parking, never been an issue. Noise, never been an issue. There are tennis courts right behind the Clarks now, never been an issue. Okay? So again, you've got to please read the report. It's a definitive report. It rebukes every single point brought up. And to say, well, Mark, you've already done all of these studies and paid all these fees and all of this time, but now you've got to go back to the Planning Commission because one of your neighbors has a problem with noise and light. Great. No, it was never brought up. One of the planning commissioners, when we were approved, lives in Persimmon Hill. He's one of the residents, and he never brought it up. We didn't bring it up. The Clarks didn't bring it up. So we moved on. We shouldn't be penalized for that and say, well, your rights are now taken away. You don't actually have rights anymore, vested or not. Even though you got approval, you got those lots drawn, you bought that property based on the approvals of the Planning Commission. I could not have redrawn the property lines, gotten the financing to buy that property without approval. You cannot go back now and say, well, we're going to take that away for a while now. We're going to make you do a few more studies. But I'm not changing the use. The zoning hasn't changed. Mr. Summers said that only the vested thing became a question if the zoning had been changed. That's not the case here. And that's the same AVCO. But again, I understand there's so much, this is not a courtroom. They've thrown so much legal at you that, well, I can see you going, well, you know what the easiest thing to do is? Let's just send this back to planning. Let's send Mark back to planning to go and do more studies and do more, discussion and deliberation to do nothing. That nothing will change. We're going to come right back here in 6 or 8 months. By the way, that will affect my business. We've expanded those dorms on a timeline, and I need those tennis courts because now I have more students. I don't have enough courts for the students. So you said, go ahead, Mark, expand your dorms, buy that property, but God, you know what? Actually, we're going to go back because the city planner, he should have done the phasing approved by this, but he did it, even though the phasing is absolutely a proper phasing. It makes sense. It was done for financial reasons, not for any, this is a big developer advantage. There's no advantage to it. It's so we could get the financing in phases so that we could finish the project. Now we're being penalized because we can't get, we did the phasing, but the guy signed it that he was the wrong guy to sign. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. This is just not enough. The word that keeps coming back is substantial. What is substantial about the differences that we have here? We did a cosmetic change to our building. We didn't change anything about the tennis court layout. We didn't change anything about anything except, we're going to put this one over here. We actually scaled it back. We scaled our project back for financial reasons. That's it. That's the modification. There's no sinister, there's something going on. There's nothing going on. We're trying to finish our school. Let us do that. Let us do that. Thank you.
Any other comments from the Willard Academy? No? With that, I'm going to turn it back to council and see if they have any questions for the appellates or the Wild Academy.
Mr. Mayor, were there any other public commenters?
Yes, I am going to open up
Oh,
the
you're getting
public
that, okay.
hearing soon. I just wanted to make sure to. Okay. If I could, I do have speakers cards. So I'm going to open up the public hearing. Pat Tumamaya.
Good evening, Mayor Lara, council members. My name is Patrick Tumamite. Months ago, when this whole issue first came about with the wild tennis, I mentioned and I made a statement about the idea that this particular project required an archaeologist on site during earth disturbance. And it was just a statement, and I never asked Mr. Clark or Kathleen Walden whether or not an archaeologist was on site or not. And I'm asking that question again tonight. Either of you can answer that. And the idea is that the decisions made here tonight are based on trust and in good faith. And from my understanding, the time that they did the extra added building, no archaeologist was on site. So is there a report? No, there's not a report of an archaeologist being on site or a report regarding whether there's anything on site as archaeology would determine. So as far as good faith and trust, that was lost. They failed to present an archaeologist on the project at that time. And I'm here to address that issue. And really, when the project was completed, it was non-compliant. It was not addressed in the proper manner and procedure that it should have been. So I feel like, well, what do I do? Do I write up another formal complaint letter against two individuals because of that situation? Or do I just ignore it and just let it go? Or do I leave it to the council to make a good, smart, trustworthy, faithful decision in regards to having an archaeologist on site to determine whether or not there's archaeology or not there? And also to as a vested interest in our culture and our people and what cultural resources means to us, that I require that the next project in that area or anywhere in that area require a Native American monitor as well, not just an archaeologist. They are dealing with our resources and our ancestry, and I feel that it's fair that that be brought up and be made issue. And that's all I have to say.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julie?
Good evening. This is the place where we do talk about these things, and as things go round and round, part of the job of staff is to help you guys understand what's going on into the different issues and different mitigations. If you had read the phase 1 of the archaeological report, yes, it does say in there that there are no cultural resources, but with a comma, not with a period. In your report and in the recommendations, hopefully there will be a archaeologist and a monitor. But with Compass Rose's report, there is also mention of 3 prehistoric sites and 1 historic site within the radius, 0.5 radius. One being 1,000 feet from the project, the historic site being 500 feet from the area. That there was no Native American Heritage Commission filing of sacred lands. And, this is the kind of stuff that would help determine whether or not there should be mitigation there for cultural resources. But you would know that if staff didn't educate you on the findings from the archaeologist and their report. So also within that report, it does say that if anything is to be encountered during that construction, that a qualified archaeologist should come out and determine. But what what Compass Rose did by doing that is turning backhoe drivers and grounds crew people into professional archaeologists and monitors, which I don't agree with that finding from Compass Rose. They're not professionals. They cannot make that determination. And what usually happens during that phase is that if they encounter something, they keep going. Perfect example is the property up above Wild Academy in Persimmon Hill, where there was no mitigation, no monitoring, and ancient history, ancient news. But again, nobody stopped. They took the artifacts, the crew, the groundspeople, and staff from here at that time said, you guys should have been out there. So if you're you need to, that's why we are here. That's why we are here, to help interpret some of these findings. And I am excited about the new, collaboration we'll be having so that we can help you make these determinations at the very beginning. So a lot of this, so we're not up here, with all this that has been going around, we're just as frustrated. And I feel the frustration with everybody, and I really am sorry that we have to go through this, but we're all in the same boat together. We want things to be done, but we want it to be done clearly, respectfully, and thoroughly, and with education and respect. So thank you.
Thank you. Don Tiding.
Is it the same?
I counted. Dawn Teeting, North Signal Street. Thank you for supporting the earlier request to proceed with an ordinance to protect cultural resources in compliance with Ojai's general plan's requirement. We appreciate you making Ojai's heritage a priority. 10,000 years of history, as Julie said, can be destroyed in an instant by a backhoe, and developers and staff are not trained to identify cultural resources. It is important that qualified archaeologists and members of the local Chumash tribe are involved to ensure that these non-renewable resources are identified and protected. They are part of Ojai's history and the legacy of its people, the Chumash, who are our friends and neighbors. I trust that you received my May 25th comment letter outlining my concerns with the Tennis Academy project. I have provided a copy of the letter and its attachments to you tonight for your reference. While I have cited concerns in the letter with approval periods, claims of vested rights, and whether the proposed revision affects the noise analysis under CEQA, I will focus my comments tonight on cultural resources. Concerns regarding potentially significant adverse impacts to cultural resources at this location have been raised since the project's inception in 2011. The project underwent environmental review required by CEQA, which confirmed the project's potential significant adverse impact. Final conditions for the project required monitoring of all earth disturbances by a qualified archaeologist. Both the findings of the initial study mitigation negative declaration are presented on the first page of the handout, and the conditions of approval requiring an archaeologist are on the second page of your handout. There is no evidence that the applicant complied with these final conditions of approval requiring archaeological monitoring during phase 1 project construction for this project. Additionally, the staff report presented for this project contains numerous inconsistencies and omissions related to the environmental review and the project's environmental impact, and the project has not been assessed for general plan consistency with the cultural resource requirements required under Ojai Municipal Code. As a result of these facts, and to avoid potentially significant impacts to cultural resources, I respectfully request your consideration of adding a local Chumash representative to monitor the archaeology for this project. Specifically, I request 1, the requirement of a qualified archaeologist of all earth disturbing activities, which again is a previous requirement of the final conditions of approval for this project. 2, to amend the conditions of approval to include monitoring of all earth disturbing activities by a local Chumash representative. And 3, please clearly state these requirements in conditions of approval and require signed contracts with an archaeologist and a local Chumash representative prior to issuance of any permits for earth disturbing activities. Of the options presented before you tonight, please consider option number 4, to uphold the appeal and remand the revised design review permit to the Planning Commission for further review. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any more speakers cards, but if anybody wishes to speak.
So I would just like to remind the council that the CEQA and the cultural resources was discussed in front of the Planning Commission. We had 3 meetings that were publicly notified. Those same representatives were there and spoke. So the Planning Commission has already heard and considered their statements. So to ask us to go back and have them hear those statements again, I'm not sure why they would need to do that. I would also like to note that the general plan consistency that was so often noticed was not part of the appeal. The appeal listed traffic, lights, etc. You know the list. And so I'm not sure why that was all brought into the mix. I'd like to restate that the original scope of the project was 4 new courts and 1,800 square foot field house. The modification is 4 tennis courts in the exact same spot and 1,250 square foot commons. So the original scope has not changed. Finally, in terms of the phasing, it is my recollection that at the Planning Commission, when the phasing was discussed, the commission asked the attorney that was present if it was valid for them to allow Mr. Mullane to do the phasing, or if we had to come back to the Planning Commission, and they were advised that they could allow him to do the phasing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for, again, Ms. Wild? No? Any other comments from the public? No, I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm going to turn it back to council for deliberation. Any questions from council to staff or any?
I'm sorry, Mayor. I'd like to hear some responses from Mr. Summers if he has any regarding the applicant's issues.
Regarding specifically Mr. Wild's issues?
You can go through line after line after line. I'm sure you were writing them down.
Yeah, I would agree. I would like to have your retort on the legal analysis of everything.
Certainly. I think the key is.
And are we going through the appellant argument or through?
Well, let's start with let's start with Mr. Clark's.
Yeah.
Okay, great. And the issues were the vesting modification, the vesting right modification, and then relooking at CEQA.
Okay.
That I got.
I'll speak first to the vesting and the modification, then I'll turn to Kathy to speak a little more about CEQA. On the vesting, I think the key is that the Avco case and the progeny that come from it, including Courthouse Plaza, which was cited in the staff report, and a number of the other cases cited both by Ms. Bashan and by Councilmember Wyrick, is that a project, the issuance of a building permit for phase 1 of a project that is multi-phase doesn't produce a vested right for the second phase in the event of a subsequent zoning change that renders the second phase invalid. But that's not the issue in this case. The issue, as I see it in this case, is that whether or not his permits for the original DRP were adequately exercised, appropriately approved, and have continued to be exercised in compliance with Article 32 of the code so that they remain alive. In other words, to some extent, it's a vested right issue, but it's not your classic vested right issue, where the focus is on You issued a building permit for phase one. You were trying to rely on that building permit for your broader set of approvals to trump a later zone change. That's not the case here. So my assessment is that a court considering this would look to the rule set in those cases, but would not find them directly applicable because there has not been an intervening zoning change that blocks the project from being approved. Then the court would next look to the phasing plan approval, which I think is really a connected issue, because if the phasing plan was deemed to be, or is deemed or considered by the council to have been improperly approved, then it would mean it was not approved, and then, as Councilmember Wyrick noted, the applicant would need to then seek approval from the Planning Commission, which allow, under Article 32, which allows for after-the-fact approval of a extension of an existing permit for good cause. The phasing plan was approved by the previous Community Development Director, Mr. Mullane, and in doing so, he acted unorthodox, as I phrased it in the staff report, but at the same time, he didn't act without any, he didn't act entirely on his own. You heard from Ms. Weil that the Planning Commission was advised that they could have him, and then that implies that they did have him do it. I don't have in front of me the minutes of the Planning Commission meeting. I confess we should have looked them up. But in the conditions in the resolution that was issued by the Planning Commission, most recently the revised final conditions of approval in March 20th, 2013, when they did the first revision of the DRP, condition number 3, and this is on page 2 of
4-2.
Let me. It's actually, page 4-31, 4-32. Yeah, 4-32. At the top, condition number 3, final occupancy clearance will be issued only after all of the conditions of approval for each phase have been met. This condition contemplates a phasing plan. As I assess that the city made some mistakes, and we're trying to advise the best path forward given that previous mistake. Should the previous community development director have approved this, definitively have had Planning Commission approve it? Yes.
And with that said, even if you're saying the city made a mistake in 2013, the community development director, the acting community development director made a mistake, then how does that work with this appeal? How's that correlation? Could this appeal does this appeal have to take into consideration of that mistake?
I think because the applicant then relied on that for nearly 2 years, continuing the project, building the first phase in reliance on that approval, I think that a case considering it would find that he had appropriately relied on it, and would likely find the city bound by that, even though it was approved with a contemplation of a phasing plan, but not directly as would have been most orthodox.
Would you feel confident giving that advice to us without doing further analysis of that, or of that condition, whether that actually binds a phase agreement?
I'm confident that a court looking at it would find that phasing plan was appropriately approved. The caveat is that this is an issue where we're kind of at the limit of some of these cases. A court could certainly go the other way. I don't really want to give you a percentage assessment of that chances, but because
is it better to analyze that issue again?
I'm happy to give that further analysis if required. I think
because I understand this is technical stuff, and I'm trying to see exactly what's in our purview and understand both sides of the argument. And as an appeal hearing, I know we're not a court, but it could be subject to further court processes and hearings if either party decides to pursue the avenue.
Right.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure, as a council member, as an appeals, acting as a board right now, appellate, that I have the most confident research in front of me and the most accurate reading and reports. That's, I guess, what I'm getting at.
Fair, and I do stand confidently behind this opinion that the reviewing court considering the issue would find that the phasing plan was approved sufficiently for the applicant to rely on it.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I have a question for the city attorney. If the city council denies the appeal, Mr. Weil would be allowed to proceed with his initial, would he be allowed to proceed with his initial approval where he would be allowed to put in 35-foot high lights, increase the field house from 12,000 square feet, which he reduced it to from 18,000 square feet, and also be able to reduce the number of parking places that he was originally, which would be fewer, which was in his original approval?
That is my opinion, that if the council, pardon me, you mean deny or?
If we say we deny your appeal, if we deny the appeal, let's see.
I think what you're shooting for is if the council acts to
I'm backwards.
approve the appeal, which would mean denying the planning commission's, reversing the planning commission's decision approving the DRP revision. I think that's what you're.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, exactly. Can Mr. Weil go back to his original approval and have the 35-foot versus 22-foot high light standard reduction, which he agreed to, and also decrease the number of parking places, which he agreed to do with this new approval, and also be allowed to put in the 18,000 square feet, 1,800 versus 1,200 square foot building that he was originally approved to do?
That is my assessment, that if the council acts to uphold the appeal, reverse the planning commission's decision, then he could build what was approved
originally,
which is what you've described.
But wouldn't you have to pull a building permit until those rights are vested?
He would certainly have to pull a building permit, and I believe that he could pull a building permit within 180 days of the council's decision.
Yeah, I'm okay.
So the appellant needs to also take into consideration that if Mr. Wild so chose, he'd go from a 22-foot light to a 35-foot light, which he was willing to reduce, which is significant. That's a 13-foot reduction in the light standards.
And I'll note that the appellants would take a third position, that if the action is taken to to approve the appeal, reverse the planning commission's decision, they would likely then challenge the issuance of the building permit to Mr. Weil, asserting that his original DRP has in fact expired. That's how I read the statements from Ms. Bashan, the clerk's attorney. Councilmember Wyrick noted a potential way around that problem, which would be having the planning commission consider a request to approve an extension of the permit, setting aside the phasing issue, rather approving the extension anew, which is allowed under the code for good cause, and that would be a planning commission decision.
Okay, thank you.
And that, if you go the route, I think we would consider that approach, is that would short circuit the potential challenge to the underlying DRP, and thus reduce the city's litigation risk.
So I just want to clarify quickly, Mr. Summers, is what you just said is, what I just heard is the best path, this is hard. This is hard. I feel, Mark, I feel you're, I feel where you are right now. I understand that. And I also feel culturally how we haven't acted properly in this community regarding that aspect of any and all construction, not just yours. So there's a lot of conflict here. I have a lot of conflict here. And I don't want to take the easy way out. And William, I'm sorry for cutting you off. It was, I didn't think so. We're pretty good friends. But it's hard, you guys. It's tough here. I feel like if we send it back to planning, we're extending this debate. And I don't know if,
Are you?
I'm not sure that if that's what we need to do. I think we three need to make a decision on what we want to do with this. And as far as litigation or mitigation, you know what, that's going to fall where it's going to fall any way we do it. You know, if someone's not happy, they're going to do whatever they have to do to relieve those feelings. So I don't think that we can base our decisions on what someone may do or may not do. I think we have to base our decisions on what we think has been right or what is right, and what we're going to continue to uphold as a council.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a suggestion? There was a lot said here too, a whole lot of information. It's 11:30 at night. And I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, it is not inappropriate to continue this matter, not for another 2 weeks, not for another month, but I would like the opportunity myself to reread the documents, review the meeting, review a couple of prior city planning commission meetings, relook at your blueprints, so that I can feel like that I can make the best decision possible. I think there's been too much at this late hour for me to feel that I'm giving everyone my best decision.
And I don't mind tabling it.
It should come back like in a couple of days or something.
Or if we could do that, tabling it to a further meeting. But I do want to make myself clear. I read the staff report, and there's a lot of, how could I say, questionable language in here that, for example, one that has been highlighted on Orthodox. I want to make sure that when we come back, that we have an analysis on whether that's legal or not, because that has an effect, I think, on the vested rights issue, because you just said it yourself, it goes hand in hand. And also, furthermore, I want to see what vested rights are Mr. Wild's and Mrs. Wild's rights, what the parameters are, so that I have a clear view of what I'm denying or what I'm upholding. Because there's a lot of issues. I don't feel like we really address parameters to every single appeal item on here. It feels like we rebutted him, but it doesn't give me any clear factual information, in my opinion, and that's where I'm a little uncertain. I've read the staff report many times. We got it last week, and I've read it 2 or 3 times, and I get the same questions, and it goes back to the law that you've cited, some confusing issues. It's not clearly written in my point of view, and I would like those items to be looked at and given us a better sense of clarity and the laws behind them. That's what I would prefer. And then also, if there's any further comments from the Wild Academy or the appellants.
Real briefly, before you go to more to them, I would also like to have the city clerk, if you guys also would like to have the CDs of the Planning Commission meetings that address this matter, as well as the council meetings, because this was brought before council, was it? God, now I don't even remember.
It did go before council.
God, I remember coming
back
before
July 2012.
council. Yeah, because I was on council then.
June.
To have that meeting as well, so that we can review that, and have the CD of this meeting, so we can sit down and review this stuff. It's 11:30 at night.
To me, it's more technical, to be honest with you. I know where it's all about technicality here, in my point of view. That's where I want to focus. I want to make sure that we're fair and that we look at everything the right way before making a decision either for upholding denial or denying.
We have a date certain.
So if you have any comments,
just one last
Mr. Mile.
We're not going to draw this out, but I understand, and again, I urge you to cut through the noise. Mr. Wyrick's all the theatrics and all the fireworks, again, is really much ado about nothing. I mean, I don't understand why he's so intent on pulling me back into planning to deliberate over really what are two issues. I mean, the Clarks have actually been very clear with me: noise and light. Not CEQA, not cultural resources, not traffic. Traffic doesn't affect their property. They're the only property owners here tonight. Not Mr. Wyrick. He doesn't live at Persimmon Hill or near my property. So the Clarks have a legitimate, I feel like, a legitimate conversation with me, and I've opened that conversation. I'm looking at ways to mitigate sound and light with them. We're moving in that direction. To throw back CEQA and blah, blah, archaeologists, absolutely. The phase one, we built the addition above the ground. We didn't dig down and do a foundation. We built, it's 2 feet off the ground. So not anything was disturbed, basically. But this next phase, definitely there's grading, and absolutely. Why would we have to do it? We're going to do it. So to cut through the noise, there's not really that many questions. There's not that much conflict. There's only one neighbor that this affects. And the city issues are the city issues, and you all deal with that. But that doesn't affect this project. This is a
well,
a school,
I understand. And actually, the city issues for any project, I think that this is an important decision that will probably affect future developments, in my opinion. And it's unfortunate that it has to be
Mr. Wyrick's not going to sue the city because we didn't, dig into his issues.
It is important to get the
Clarks
protocols.
are legitimately concerned, and I think we can work something out. And I've told them that we're going to work something out. And I don't really want to be dictated to what that's going to be, because I think we can come to something together. But I cut through the noise. It's pretty simple. It's the Clark's property and mine are close to each other, and we need to work something out together. We don't need to reopen all these, we don't need another parking study and a traffic study. We've done all that. Okay. We've done it. Archaeology, it's all done.
Yeah. Well, we'll look at it again. It's because it's an appeal. We are going to look at everything and all the issues that were raised.
If you would indulge me for just a moment as the attorney for the appellant. With due respect to Mr. Weil, we don't think any of this is noise. These are all legitimate concerns. I understand that they're confusing. You've received differing opinions about matters of decisive importance here. And for that reason, we would encourage you to take the time that you need. If that means you need to continue this appeal, we will be available to you to come back and hear your deliberations another day. We will also put some of these issues in writing for your benefit so that you'll have something from us. You won't necessarily have to review tapes endlessly, but we would be glad to do that. And I do want to say, in terms of Mr. Wyrick's participation, he certainly has exercised an important right in his role, and we applaud him for doing that. We appreciate his involvement. Thank you.
Great. I'm going to turn back to staff. I'm going to close any further comments right now because we are tabling this matter. I want to turn back to staff to make sure that we give enough adequate time for a report to come back. Would that, I mean, I know Councilmember Clapp talked about a couple of days. Is that sufficient? Or is it, or a week from today? I just want to make sure that we allow appropriate time.
I really have to look to Mr. Summers and Ms. Wald to see how much time they think they need.
My concern isn't. I don't want to put undue pressure on staff, but I also don't want this to drag out.
I don't
because
either.
As a business owner myself, I understand you've got a business to run, and you've gone forward in good faith with the process, and this is having an impact on you being able to continue on and operate your business in a profitable manner. So, which is legitimate concern. So I don't want this to drag on. I don't want this to come back a month from now, or 6 weeks from now.
I guess we need a little more clarity as to what exactly you would like to see.
I just wanted more time to think about it. I didn't really want more from you guys. I just wanted more time to think.
I think what I'm hearing. I think what I'm hearing from Mayor Lara is a further analysis of the legal issues related to the vesting issue, the phasing plan approval, and the broader question of exactly what vested rights the Wiles have now And I think what would benefit your consideration is if I do a further memo on that set of issues, delving into it a bit more deeply, clearly delineating what the vested rights here are, or my analysis of those, and I'll take the opportunity to respond to some of the points raised by the appellants as well. I think that would be, I think that's what I'm hearing.
And to me, that would be the issues that would clarify what the triggers are. If there is need to go back and do some studies like parking and noise, does that give the appellates the right to do that under that circumstances? And that's what I kept hearing was references to certain titles, certain vested rights. And that would give at least myself clarity of a good decision to make, if that makes sense.
I think I've got the direction.
Yeah. Any other input?
Well, like I said, I was prepared to help make a decision tonight, but I'll go along with you. Any and all additional information is always good. Maybe the clarity on each of the options, would be helpful too. If we do option A, how does that affect this and how does that affect that? And to each one of them. Like I said, my gut says that we could make a decision tonight, but I'm willing to wait.
So we were going to defer it back to you to see how much time you need to create those memos.
If the council desires, we can have that done in a week, which would be June 2nd. I don't know if that's an open night here.
So one question is how long it takes to do the work, and the other question is how long you want to have the work out there before the council has a meeting.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
So you don't want, I don't think you want to receive it on the same day you're considering
No.
it, because there won't be time to digest it.
Mm-mm. I think having 3-4 days to digest it would be good.
Bringing it back to the next council meeting.
Which would be June 9th.
June
That's,
9th.
And we could,
Or could we have a separate meeting? Like we've had meetings during the evening, early evenings at 5, and it's only 3 council members, so I feel like we could.
yeah, you could hear it at not at a regular council meeting. You could hear it at a special meeting.
All right, so could we tentatively plan for something, make sure it works for the Wild Academy and also for the appellates?
So let me just put out there, June 8th, Monday, June 8th.
Okay.
As of right now, that works for me.
So you'll need to continue this hearing to a time certain. So if it's acceptable to all the different parties to continue it to that date, I'd recommend that you do that.
Monday, June 8, 5 p.m.?
Monday, June 8th, let me just double check.
And I'll note for the benefit of the public that continuing it to a date certain means that there will not be a renotice issued because you're present at this meeting.
Correct.
The statement, the council's action to continue to that item, which will require a vote, serves as that notice.
Okay. Yeah, it's good with me. So we'll continue this matter to June 8th at 5 p.m.
Okay.
Does that work?
Yes.
Yes, and you'll get a copy. It will be released in a week. Yes.
Not the day of.
No, at the same time, in a week from today, which is June 2nd.
Second.
I will call you.
Okay, thank you guys for being patient. Thank you. So we're gonna come back to the agenda and we're gonna table items. We're gonna invite back our council members.
I'm seeing 2 of everyone out there.
Yeah. We if we could have the council members come back to dais so that we could adjourn the meeting.
So could I just,
Look what you guys missed.
before you go, could we talk about some dates?
Yes,
Is it-
I was gonna actually just table the other 2 items that we didn't get to. And then I was just gonna go to reports, I guess, if anybody had reports as council members and oral reports from city manager. So we're gonna table item number 5, which is Libby Park Playground Committee Design Build Process, and item number 6, Legal Services Agreements with Calatuno.
Oh, that's a tough one. Colin Tuno.
Designated Matthew T. Summers as city attorney for next agenda meeting. And then any reports from council members?
And the additional request that we have a closed session component.
Oh, yes. We do have a closed session item.
On the city attorney contract.
Yeah. Are we going to table that, or we could actually
No, we
address it?
can't do that tonight, but I just, for the next meeting.
I'm not sure if that's actually,
I think you've got two different questions here.
Yeah.
One is adding a closed session
Oh, I see what you're
regarding
saying.
the
Right.
city attorney contract with my firm. That could certainly be done, but it could not be done tonight.
Yeah.
Right,
That
that's
would
what
be
I'm
at-
talking about. Have
at
that
the
meeting
next meeting or
Okay.
whatever meeting you choose.
and we'll,
Table this, but have a closed session also.
great, we'll do that. But we could still address our closed session item.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, and in fairness to Mr. Summers, I'd like to make some comments on the contract. I mean, understand that the firm that I just, sold my partnership interest back to, 50% of their clients are public agencies. I've done a lot of these kind of contracts. I
Yeah,
think
and-
that there's factors you both need to consider to make this work better for you if
Yeah.
you go ahead with.
Well, we'll bring it up to the next agenda,
If
next
I
city
could talk-
council
if I
meeting,
could
and then
speak
we'll
I'll try
make
and
sure.
get something together
Yeah.
in writing early on, or maybe talk to Mr. Summers in the meantime.
Okay, great, thanks. Okay, so, so we'll turn it back. Any reports from our city council members? No? City manager?
Yes, I'm passing out a list of month and a half's worth of dates that we haven't been able to find a time for the transient rental workshop.
And I responded every time.
I know so I've checked out a lot of dates and I haven't found one yet. But I'm worried that we're continuing this out too far and we need to somehow figure out a date that might work. But you can see that someone's out pretty much all the time, or else the facilitator's actually out for an extended period of time.
That's the biggest problem.
Yeah.
So,
Yes, he's out.
Another facilitator.
Fourth of July weekend, Randy.
So-
Randy's
so-
gone. Oh, God.
Hey, I'm going to Europe weekend.
Good for you.
When it says Matt out, is that Matt Summers, our
Yeah.
city attorney?
Actually, I am here, I am here the 2nd. I'm leaving the 4th.
Oh.
I thought on the 16th that I can be available for that one.
The 2nd,
Or the 2nd? Yeah, let's do the 2nd.
July 2nd.
Thank you.
I'm here.
How does July
Going
2nd
once, going twice, gone.
Okay, July 2nd.
All right.
July 2, workshop.
Star.
What time would that meeting be at?
So it'll be from 6 to 9 in the evening.
Okay, perfect.
6 to 9 p.m.
Oh, you know what we failed to do tonight? We failed to inform the public again about the Old State Water meeting tomorrow at 6:30.
And we could still announce that right now, and the people. There's a Golden State meeting tomorrow at the Legion Hall at 6 p.m. So if the public's, bring your questions and so that Golden State could answer.
And everybody knows that the city of Ventura is countersued. The channel keepers of Ventura County sued the city of Ventura over water. And the city of Ventura countersued back channel keepers and also listed every other water agency in the Ventura watershed and every well owner in the watershed of Ventura. So this is going to be quite interesting. It looks like we're going to be headed for years in the courtroom. And I have no idea what any of it means at this point, and I'll be learning more, and I'll let you know when I find out more about it.
Any other reports? No, Mr. Summers?
I don't have anything. Thank you.
Chief? Thank you for being
Don't you
patient.
dare,
Our city clerk? With that, I'm going to adjourn to our closed session item, and we don't expect a
No report, no.
No report.